LoveLore Library. Chapter 185. Understood. But don't be stupid. Take it off when you're in a life and death battle. Oh right, after you wear it for a while, take it off to get used to your current state. For example, speed, strength, etc. Do you understand? Teacher Gu said, don't be like some idiot who wears it all the time. When you charge into a battle, you can't control your speed and end up on the tip of the enemy's sword. Fuck. Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There's such a thing. Can you tell me about it? Tell your ass. Hurry up and get in there to cultivate. Teacher Gu kicked Xiaoduo in. This brat, no wonder Qin Fangyang kicked him here and there. He really deserved a beating. Teacher Gu was too curious. Xiaoduo entered the gravity chamber with the weights. He felt something different the moment he entered. He felt his whole body suddenly drop. If it wasn't directly attached to his skin and was fixed to his pants, the belt of his pants would have fallen to his ankles. Fuck. It can be used as a tool to take off my pants. Xiaoduo muttered to himself. After getting used to it, he found himself in a situation that was even more difficult than the first time he entered the gravity room. With a thought, he immediately activated the flaming sun scripture. The effects were immediate and his body suddenly felt lighter. However, a certain spear also rose into the air with him. The weights are still lacking. This place should be able to withstand 180 kilograms of weight. Xiaoduo looked at it and muttered to himself. He couldn't help but daydream, I wonder if this place needs to be trained. After thinking for a long time, he gave up. It'll be troublesome if I don't train hard enough and break it. However, even if he gave up, Xiaoduo still had new ideas and worries. This thing is actually pretty good. I kick people's crotch every day, but my crotch is more obvious than the average person's. What if people kick me too? Protective gear. Should I make an iron underwear? Protect it. Xiaoduo looked at his second brother and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Second brother, you're too majestic. You're too big a target. It's too shocking. You're too easy to attack. You should know that the gun shoots the bird that sticks out, and the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. As he mumbled to himself, he began to train. As expected, even with the help of the flaming sun scripture, it was still much more difficult than yesterday. Many of the movements that he was already familiar with began to go out of shape. It really isn't easy. Without any protective gear, he could have completed all the moves consecutively and could even perform them in the air. However, after putting on the protective gear, he was already exhausted after just one set of galaxy steps. He could not continue. Sure enough, it works. Xiaoduo endured the pain and stood up to recover just like before. Then, he continued to train and sharpen his body. Until 12:30 in the afternoon. Qin Fangyang, who was waiting outside, realized that Xiaoduo still hadn't come out. When he opened the door, he saw that the kid was lying at the door. He didn't even have the strength to open the door. Just like before, he grabbed his scalp and dragged him out. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. You added more weights. Beside him, Teacher Gu looked at Qin Fangyang's rough movements. The corner of his mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and said, even his form teacher forgot about it. What can I do if I don't prepare it? Am I going to hold him back? Qin Fangyang nodded apologetically. Thank you. I'll return it to you when I make a new one. There's no need. When this kid graduates, just let me keep it. It doesn't matter who uses it. Teacher Gu was unusually open-minded. I think this kid will definitely become famous. I might even be able to benefit from it. After all, I'll be able to guide him in his cultivation. Qin Fangyang stopped and looked at Teacher Gu seriously. Old Gu, since we're acquaintances, let me give you a piece of advice. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Teacher Gu was confused. Why? Can't you tell what kind of person this kid is? Even if he becomes famous in the future, it'll probably be a bad name. The higher his cultivation, the more enemies he'll have. By the time this kid reaches my current level, his enemies will be all over the astral souls. Are you sure you'll benefit from it? Teacher Gu subconsciously imagined the possible scenario. He couldn't help but shudder. Then forget it. Looking at Qin Fangyang dragging Zhuo Xiaoduo away like a dead dog, Teacher Gu muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Qin Fangyang's words made sense. This kid's personality, if he really reaches the level of nascent soul. Even if his enemies can't be all over the astral souls, they can still be all over the central planes. I'm from a small family. Not to mention the astral souls all over the central planes, even if it's all over Phoenix City. I won't be able to take it. Teacher Gu gave up and stopped thinking about it. Forget it, I'll just treat it as doing a good deed and not leaving my name behind. The other few brats seem to be stronger than this brat. Today, they all came here with weights. Although it's not as heavy as 50 kilograms, it's obvious that their families are experienced and understand the process of progressing step by step. Even that little girl has brought a load with her. These fellows are really putting their lives on the line to cultivate. The only one Teacher Gu couldn't understand was Li Zhongming. What's wrong with this guy? I don't understand. He went to the gravity room with weights and entered a deep sleep. Isn't the quality of his sleep too good? Should I ask him how to treat insomnia? This guy should be an expert in sleeping. After leaving the gravity room, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly recovered and rushed back home as fast as he could because he was about to starve to death. This time, he was really starving to death. When he got home, he happened to see Zhuo Xiaoyan coming out of the bathroom wearing a large bath towel. Her hair was wet and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo barging in, Zhuo Xiaoyan subconsciously kicked him out. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw something he shouldn't have seen. Then, he flew out of the bathroom. Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed into her room with a red face. She could feel her heart pounding. Damn it, what did you see just now? This bastard actually came in just like that. How dare he? Humph. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a small footprint on his stomach. He climbed up the stairs with a sad face and saw Wu Yuding smiling. Damn it, what are you doing? How would I know she was taking a bath? Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry. You're so unreasonable. I didn't have time to see anything. And I was kicked out. What else do you want to see? Zhuo Xiaoyan changed her clothes and walked out angrily. She couldn't help but blush. Humph. I can't afford to offend you, but I can't hide. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had turned his grief and indignation into appetite, started to eat like a maniac. In this meal, he actually ate 12 more steamed buns than usual. Wu Yuding was dumbstruck by what she saw. She couldn't live like this anymore. Her dog's appetite had increased again. After lunch, Wu Yuding, who knew that the siblings were going to forge weapons, gave the storage ring to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Let's go. Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Wait, I have something to do. Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Xiaoyan into Zhuo Xiaoyan's room. What? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked with her eyes wide open. Now that it's completely stable, I made an extra accessory for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and took out a jade pendant made of jade. What are you doing? Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at it from the corner of her eyes. It was so exquisite that she liked it. What are you doing? Of course, I'm doing something good. Xiaoduo snorted and bent down to take out the piggy bank under the bed. He poured out a bloody coin from it and put the piggy bank back. Then he put the coin into the hollow jade pendant. Wear it and don't take it off in the future. Do you understand? Xiaoduo ordered with an unprecedented domineering aura. Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red. She looked at Xiaoduo and gently lowered her swan-like slender neck. Put it on for me. Ah. You want me to put it on for you? Xiaoduo said impatiently, women are so troublesome. Can't you just put it on yourself? So troublesome. Are you going to put it on or not? Her canine teeth were exposed fiercely. Yes. Let me put it on for my dear sister Nian Nian. Xiaoduo immediately gave in and helped Xiaoyan hang it around her neck. Then he pulled open her lapel and put it inside. You pervert. Bang. Xiaoduo flew out again. His whole body was stuck to the wall like a New Year painting. He slid down like an air-dried frog, his face full of grievance and unhappiness. Didn't you ask me to put it on for you? Why did you get hit again? Looking at his confused and wronged face, Xiaoyan almost laughed out loud. Blushing, she tidied herself up and said nonchalantly, let's go to the blacksmith shop. Xiaoduo followed her out with a sullen face. After a while, he said angrily, why did you hit me? He wanted to swallow his anger, but he realized that he couldn't. Do I need a reason to hit you? Do I need it? Do I really need it? Xiaoyan snorted and walked in front without looking sideways. Humph. If you hit me again, You'll what? I'll bark and bite you. Xiaoduo made a fierce expression. Ha! Wear this for a while. This thing is still too fragile. But we really don't have any good materials now. When we get to the blacksmith shop, see if we can make a stronger one. Otherwise, it can be easily broken in a fight. It'll be a hindrance, as Xiaoduo said. Xiaoyan was speechless. Blacksmith shop. Are you sure you're serious? Students Xiaoduo, have you ever seen an accessory hanging around a girl's neck? Was it made in a blacksmith shop? This line of thought was simply too strange. I really want to open your head and see what's going on in your brain. How can you always say such shocking things? Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. Chapter 186. It was clearly a very heartwarming and romantic thing, but when it was done by this kid and then said by him, it changed, and distorted. Anyone who heard it would only want to beat him up. They really didn't know what kind of trade it was. The siblings hailed a taxi and headed to the business district. When they got in the car, Xiaoyan didn't feel anything strange. However, when Xiaoduo got in the car, the whole car's chassis suddenly sank. The driver looked back in shock. Did a bear just get in the car? They arrived. They got out of the car. There was a big board in front of them, Long Road Astral Soul Stone Shop. Yes, this was Dad's shop, and also their family's shop. Next to it was the destination of the day, a blacksmith shop. There was also a board hanging at their destination, but this board was made of a freshly cut piece of wood. A name was written on it with a brush, and it was hung there without even removing the bark around the board. As for the name, it was even weirder. Iron River Blacksmith Shop. TSK, TSK. Xiaoduo couldn't stop clicking his tongue. How unique. This name is really unique. If you don't write it, people won't be able to imagine that this is a blacksmith shop. Long Road Astral Soul Stone Shop, Iron River Blacksmith Shop. What a perfect match. At this moment, a person walked out of the blacksmith shop. It was none other than Zhuo Changlu. Mr. Zhuo frowned when he saw the siblings. Why don't you come in since you're already here? Are you wasting time? Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo put on his most obedient and adorable face and walked in carefully with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Dad, are you here to help us investigate? How's the blacksmith's skill? Don't worry about it. No matter what you do, your Uncle Wu will help you perfect it to your heart's content, Zhuo Changlu said. That's awesome. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo obviously did not believe it. The moment they entered the room, they were greeted by numerous blacksmithing tools. All of them were extraordinary, and the main thing was that they looked really strange. Regardless of whether it was the furnace, hammer, fan, etc., they were all different from what the two of them knew. However, all of the blacksmithing tools were complete. Every successful craftsman would create a set of tools that they could use easily. This was not surprising. However, what the hell was that bronze statue standing by the side? Its figure was no different from a living person, and it was extremely lifelike. Seeing the family of three enter, the bronze man actually moved while the two people were dumbfounded. He smiled and said, Brother Zhuo, are these your daughter and son? Indeed, they are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, This is your Uncle Wu. Your Uncle Wu is called Wu Taijiang. Remember that. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo stood at the door, stunned and speechless for a long time. Damn, the two of us really thought that it was just a bronze statue. This Uncle Wu really deserved to be called a blacksmith. He had almost turned himself into a bronze statue. That bronze-colored skin, bronze-colored face, and bronze-colored hands, it was just too realistic, alright. If he stood at the door or anywhere else, he would look like a bronze statue. Hello, Uncle Wu. The siblings quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully in unison. Well, no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you want to make. I'll do it as soon as possible and get it done as soon as possible. Uncle Wu was obviously impatient and went straight to the point. I want to make a sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan took out her phone and opened the pictures. Uncle Wu carefully looked at the dozens of pictures, and even exported all of them. He used the projector to enlarge them on the wall and studied them bit by bit. It's not a big problem. Making a sword like this is not difficult. Wu Tiejiang's large hand, which was like a cattail leaf fan, was pointing at the projector. At close range, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were shocked to find that Blacksmith Wu's body was almost like a giant among ordinary people. He was at least 1 meter tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, big hands and feet, and his entire body. Well, it was as if he was made of pure bronze. Uncle Wu, I have an additional request. Zhuo Xiaoyan pointed at the giant sword on the wall that was bigger than her and said, The guard of the sword hilt is the sword guard. Can you hit 2 cute puppies with it? Cute puppies? What do you mean? Blacksmith Wu was stunned. Zhuo Changlu's mouth twitched. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more stunned. Didn't I already convince you? You broke it down and talked so much. Why do you still want to hit puppies? This. Sister Nian Nian. Shut up. After listening to Zhuo Xiaoyan's explanation, Blacksmith Wu studied it for a long time and said in a low voice, The puppies you mentioned can definitely be hit, but it's a bit of a waste. For your sword, we will use 1000 fantasy gold, mixed with heavenly witch copper, and the ice soul silver, sky heart chromium, and wind supporting essence. It can completely create a holy, noble, and cold ice phoenix sword. The sword hilt can be designed with the head or tail of a phoenix. For the overall structure of the sword, it's fine. It's beautiful and complements each other. But if it's a puppy's? Uncle Wu thought about it carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unimaginable and indescribable. He couldn't help but be speechless for a long time. What's wrong with girls these days? After such an awesome sword was forged, there might not be a second peerless divine sword in the whole continent. Why would a puppies be mounted on it? Also, a puppies was a puppies. What the hell was a puppies? Why did it have to be a cute puppies? What kind of aesthetic was this? It was simply unbearable. Sui Xiaonian said, "It's fine if the puppies are not obvious, but the eyes must be cute, the ears must be cute, and the mouth must be cute." Blacksmith Wu was stunned for a long time and said dejectedly, "I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this. Why don't you find someone else?" She was actually asking him to leave. "I have forged weapons my whole life." However, she couldn't imagine how a puppy with eyes that should be very obvious, ears that should be very obvious, and mouth that should be very obvious could achieve puppies that are not obvious. This is simply making things difficult for me, fat tiger. Sui Zhonglu naturally understood what his daughter was thinking. So, he tried to mediate the situation. "Old Wu, you can't back out now. This girl's request is a little unusual. But, you can ignore her. The sword hilt will still follow your original design of the Ice Phoenix. You just need to carve two lifelike puppies on the pattern of the sword guard. They will surround the Ice Phoenix on the left and right sides." Sui Xiaonian's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, yes, just like that. As expected, Daddy is the most resourceful." Blacksmith Wu looked at Sui Chonglu in disbelief. His eyes were full of disbelief. "Is this the person in front of me, the one I know? Damn. I really don't understand this world anymore." Sui Xiaoduo stood at the side with an "I've been ignored, I've been abandoned" expression. Sure enough, in the end, this puppies actually still wanted to fight. Oh, from now on, the puppies will always be in Nian Nian's palm. Humph. Palm it is. What's the big deal? What about you? Blacksmith Wu turned his head and asked Sui Xiaoduo. I also want a sword, 3 feet long, standard type. It should be as light as possible, preferably no more than half a kilogram. The lighter the better. If it can be made as thin as paper, and has the characteristics of hardness and sharpness, it should not break no matter what. This request isn't too high. Sui Xiaoduo gestured the sword in his heart with his hands. Blacksmith Wu put down the hammer in his hand and couldn't help but rub his face with his big hands. This request isn't too high. A sword, 3 feet long, standard type, as light as possible, no more than half a kilogram. The lighter the better. If it can be made as thin as paper, and has the characteristics of hardness and sharpness, it should not break no matter what. Listen, is this something a human would say? I also want a sword like this one. Who will make it for me? You might as well say, you can make me a sword as tall as a building, but it should not exceed half a kilogram. Boss Sua. Blacksmith Wu looked at Sui Chonglu with a sullen expression. "I really can't do this job. Why don't you try other masters?" "Not only can I not do it, I have never been so sullen in my life. Did you ask me to come here just to let your son and daughter play with me?" Sui Chonglu almost laughed out loud. It was really rare to see Blacksmith Wu being bullied by a customer's request. "Don't go too far." Sui Chonglu looked at Sui Xiaoduo seriously. "Your request is not realistic, change it." Sui Xiaoduo looked at Sui Chonglu with a wronged expression. "Dad, didn't you say that Master Wu is a first-class craftsman? My request is so simple." Sui Zhonglu glared at him and said, "Nonsense. You should think about your basic requirements. A sword that's 3 feet long should weigh no more than half a kilogram. Both you and Nian's weapons are based on the 1,000 illusion gold, which is extremely dense. No matter how thin and light it is, its basic weight is still there. How can you have both of them? Not to mention, you want it to be both sturdy and sharp. You must be dreaming. Xiaoduo's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, I was thinking too much. I only thought that an outstanding craftsman would be able to do what others can't and forgot the basic concept. How about this? The treasured sword will still be 1 meter long and a standard model. The lighter the better. It would be best if it was as thin as paper, but it still has to be strong and sharp. Xiaoduo looked at Wu Taijiang and said, if that's the case. It's not too much, right? This time, Wu Taijiang only frowned and thought for a moment. Then he began to work. After a while, he slowly condensed a sword with his spiritual energy and looked at Xiaoduo. How about this? Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm not picky about the style, as long as it meets my basic requirements. Wu Taijiang pondered again. He took a few pictures and changed the style. How about this? Yes. Can I ask for some monthly tickets, subscriptions, and recommendation tickets? Chapter 187. Xiaoduo nodded vigorously again. He had to admit that Rinpochen was a professional after all. These two designs were much better than what he had imagined. How about this? Wu Taijiang changed 7 or 8 designs in a row and took pictures of all of them. Then, he projected them on the wall. Pick any one of these swords that you like the most. Then, I'll make a thin one. Xiaoduo was already dazzled. Fortunately, he did not have difficulty choosing. He closed his eyes and casually pointed. I'll take this one. Okay. Xiaoduo's treasured sword had been decided. Wu Taijiang asked again, based on your body, footwork, and mannerisms, you should be a strength-type cultivator. You must want to make other weapons, right? Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. He immediately gave a thumbs up. You have sharp eyes. I'm also planning to make 2 big hammers. As the saying goes, if you have a hammer in your heart, you can smash anything. However, there are a lot of additional requirements. Wu Taijiang smiled conceitedly. Hammers. I'm not bragging. I've made all kinds of hammers in my life. It's hard to count. I've made at least thousands of pairs of hammers. No one who asked for a weapon would be dissatisfied. With a crash, countless hammers appeared on the projection wall. There were many different types of hammers, and they were dazzling. There was no similarity. Round, oval, square, winter melon hammer, cucumber hammer, watermelon hammer, honeydew hammer, square hammer, octagonal hammer, meteor hammer, thousand-faced hammer, mother and son hammer. Sua Changlu was dazzled. He could not help but say in Sichuan dialect, so many hammers. He could not help but sigh in his heart. When his son was young, he often scolded him, what kind of hammers are you making? In the end, when this guy grew up, he actually made a pair of hammers. Life. Sua Changlu thought. Xiaoduo looked at all the hammers on the wall and shook his head. He waved his hand. My ideal hammer is different from these. These are too simple. Wu Taijiang suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He still had lingering fears from the lessons of the past. What kind of hammers do you want to make? So what if you have your own plan? I plan to. Xiaoduo walked over and picked up a pair of hammers, saying, Uncle Wu, please enlarge this. Wu Taijiang obeyed. Uncle Wu, look at this hammer handle. It's a little longer, about 2.5 feet long. 2.5 feet. Wu Taijiang was a little confused. If you play with hammers, why do you need such a long handle? If he wasn't careful, he might hit himself in the waist. Also, if it's too long, it won't be easy to wield it. It will also take a lot of energy to wield it. Don't worry, I've already calculated it. It must be 2.5 feet long, and there must be a groove on both sides. A thin and narrow sword that can be pulled out at any time, but when it's not pulled out, it will only look like the handle of the hammer. No one will be able to tell that there's a sword hidden inside. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Not difficult. Wu Taijiang glanced at Zhuo Chonglu and murmured, "This guy is really cunning." Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling. That's cunning. How is that even possible? Uncle Wu, look at this hammer handle. My plan is that the middle should be hollow, and there should be a chain inside. The chain should be about 10 meters long, and it should be enough. When you need a long-range attack to catch your opponent off guard, it can fly out directly, and then be pulled back. Well, a meteor hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. The middle of the hammer handle is hollow, and there's a chain inside. There are grooves on both sides, and there's a hidden sword. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? It's not very difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. This way, when others think that this is a heavy weapon that can only be used in close combat, and they're complacently distancing themselves from me to consume my strength, I'll fly out with a bang. Their expressions must be very interesting. Interesting. That's for sure. Wu Tiejiang's facial muscles twitched. He glanced at Zhuo Chonglu again and murmured, "That's really cunning." After thinking for a while, he said, "If you plan to design it like this, the materials of the hammer handle and chain must be carefully considered. Ordinary metals definitely won't meet your requirements for hardness. I'll have to think about it seriously, but it's still possible. It's not difficult. It's good that it's not difficult." Zhuo Xiaoduo beamed with joy. "Then let's talk about the design of the hammer itself." Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. "You've been talking for so long, and it's still not the design of the hammer itself. This. I have an ominous feeling. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. "I plan to make a hollow hammer. Well, the middle of the hammer body should be solid, a big piece, and then there should be a gap between this big piece and the hammer face." Gap. Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. A hollow hammer is already ridiculous enough. If there's a gap, is it still a hammer? Yes, there should be a slight gap. Isn't this a 100-faced hammer? There are about 70 faces in the front and the left and right sides. Leave 2 shooting holes on each face. Then, set up a mechanism inside. A hammer face has 2 holes. One hole is for the ox hair needle, and the other hole is for the awl needle. As long as the vital energy is activated, you can choose between single or consecutive shots. There should be 20 to 30 needles in one hole, and 10 awl needles in one hole. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. That shouldn't be difficult, right, Uncle Wu? Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He didn't feel good at all. I've been hammering my whole life. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of hammer. This is fucking cunning. I'm a grand master of cunning. Wu Taijiang turned to look at Zhuo Chonglu. The muscles on his face kept twitching. Finally, he asked, "Brother Zhuo, is this really your son? Your biological son?" Zhuo Chonglu's face darkened. "What else? Do you want to come over for dinner tonight?" Wu Tiejiang's face stiffened. After a while, he smiled and said, "No, no, 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 no. I have to concentrate on making weapons for the children. I have to prioritize things." Zhuo Xiaoduo had a harmless and youthful face as he innocently asked, "Uncle Wu, look at this hammer, can it be used?" "Yes." Wu Tiejiang's face began to distort. "But it will take more than a month." Your request is too complicated. I have to think about it carefully. It's not that complicated. Sua Xiao Duo found a piece of paper and started to sketch. Look, Uncle Wu, first make this hammer face, then make the inner hammer. Naturally, there shouldn't be a hollow space between the inner hammer and the hammer face. Use this small column to fix it and weld it. Then, one by one, the mechanisms here are designed one by one. Actually, you only need to prepare 2 types of mechanisms. As long as you create the first set and model it, the rest will naturally follow suit. It's very easy. As for the mechanism, it doesn't need to be too strong. The ox hair needle can be lethal within 50 meters, and the awl needle can have a shooting range of 300 meters. There shouldn't be a big problem, right? Sua Xiao Duo asked. I can't do it. I can't do it. Wu Taijiang shook his head like a rattledrum. What kind of joke was this? How could the ox hair needle be shot 50 meters away with the power of the mechanism and still be lethal? Do you know what an ox hair needle is? It's not much heavier than a catkin. How could it be shot 50 meters away? Are you kidding me? Ah. How far can you make the mechanism? Sua Xiao Duo looked slightly disappointed. He felt that the so-called superclass blacksmith introduced by his old man didn't seem to have any other characteristics other than shaking his head. It had only been 10 minutes, but he had already said, I can't do it and find someone better, several times. If you can't even do this, how can you be a blacksmith? How can you be worthy of such a high title as a blacksmith? If Wu Taijiang knew what Sua Xiao Duo was thinking, he would definitely grab the steel furnace in the room and smash it on this kid's head. Let's talk about it after refining all the water out of this kid's head. What you're talking about, even if the entire continent or the entire universe covered the Milky Way, there might not be anyone who can do it. This was purely making things difficult for him. As far as I know, the ox hair needle can only be lethal if it's more than 10 meters away in the entire continent of astral souls. Moreover, it must land on bare skin. Wu Taijiang said weakly. Then set up a mechanism that can shoot at least 10 meters away. Sua Xiao Duo said, by the way, with the addition of true qi, it can increase the shooting range by quite a bit, right? The mechanism can't be controlled by true qi. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Oh. Sua Xiao Duo was a little disappointed. He once again called him a useless person in his heart, then asked, what about the cone needle? It's easier to make the cone needle. It can guarantee that it's lethal within 50 meters. Wu Taijiang calculated. If the hammer face is made with a hole, it won't deform under heavy impact, right? Sua Xiao Duo asked again. It depends on the material. Although the 1000 fantasy gold is good, it can't be deformed unless it's indestructible gold. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Then we'll use indestructible gold for the hammer face. Wu Taijiang said weakly, 1 kilogram of 1000 fantasy gold can only be refined into half a kilogram of indestructible gold. 25 grams is the limit. As long as you can make it, the material is not a problem. Sua Xiao Duo said generously, we have a lot of material, it's more than enough. More than enough. Wu Taijiang looked at Sua Chonglu doubtfully. Sua Chonglu coughed and had to smooth things over for his son. It's more than enough. Little Nan sent some over a few days ago. Wu Taijiang said sympathetically, Little Nan, it's so hard. Sua Zhonglu immediately shot him a stern look of warning. He also received an invitation letter that was about to be handed over to Sua Zhonglu. Wu Taijiang felt a chill run down his spine. The material is not a problem. It can definitely be used, right? Sua Xiao Duo asked eagerly. It can be used. Wu Taijiang gritted his teeth and said. He could feel that these two hammers were very likely to be the most expensive and luxurious hammers he had ever made in his life. It's good that it can be used. Sua Xiao Duo was beaming with joy. He felt that this blacksmith had some skills. He could barely be considered a competent blacksmith. How many kilograms do you estimate these two hammers to be? The weight must be accurate. The more Wu Taijiang thought about it, the more he felt that there was a big problem. He couldn't help but ask, if it's too small, it won't be able to hold so many things. But if it's too big, it will be too heavy. Using a weapon like a hammer is not as simple as just lifting it and smashing it. No matter how heavy the hammer is, in the hands of the user, it must be as light as a feather. This really requires a lot of strength. Especially with your material, the requirements are even higher. Chapter 188. Wu Taijiang said, the density of the 1,000 illusion gold is extremely high, and the imperishable gold extracted from it is even higher. Even if you are a strength-type cultivator, you may not be able to bear it. Especially with your designs, you still need to train in all aspects, such as lifting heavy things as light, lifting light things as heavy, and so on. The difficulty is extremely high. This is indeed a problem. Sua Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, if I use all my strength now, I can probably lift a weight of about 10,000 jin. Wu Tiejiang's eyes bulged. Later stage of the innate realm. No. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but despise this blacksmith for not being able to see through his cultivation. It seemed like this blacksmith was also a cultivation newbie. Martial arts master, pinnacle. Wu Taijiang coughed and looked at Sua Chonglu with a shocked expression. Didn't you see that this brat is a strength-type cultivator? He has some natural strength, so it's not worth mentioning. Sua Chonglu smiled reservedly. It is indeed very ordinary and not worth mentioning. Wu Tiejiang's mouth twitched, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. I plan to start using this weapon when I am in the origin alchemy realm or the higher stages of the embryonic breathing realm. Also, I have to keep using it, so it will probably take a long time. Sua Xiaoduo estimated for a moment and said, do you think it's too light if one hammer weighs 4,000 jin? Wu Taijiang was shocked. It's not too light, not too light. Then 8,000 jin. Sua Xiaoduo asked himself, and immediately denied it. It's already 8,000 jin, so why would I need another 2,000 jin? Wu Taijiang was shocked and said, 10,000 jin. 2 hammers would be 20,000 jin. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, 9,999 pounds. Wu Taijiang was having a toothache. You are already 9,999 jin, so why would you need that 1 jin? Do I need to control it so precisely for you? It has to be easy to dismantle, easy to assemble, easy to operate, and smooth. That includes the hidden weapons inside. It can't be broken after a few uses. As for the chain, think of a way to use it. It has to be tough and sturdy. Sua Xiaoduo finally made his last request. By the way, give me a kitten accessory at the head of the hammer, the kind that looks cute and cute. Sua Xiaoyan was furious. What did you say? This time, Sua Xiaoduo was unyielding, which was a rare sight. Yes. Even if you beat me to death, I still want it. In the future, when my hammer shakes the entire continent, it will be called the 99 Cat Hammer. Sua Xiaoyan fumed and was about to explode on the spot. Sua Chonglu stopped her. That's fine too. Nian, stop fooling around. Sua Xiaoyan angrily stopped what she was doing and said, Dad, you're just siding with your own son. Sua Chonglu defended himself. When you wanted to carve the dog, I didn't say anything either, right? I was clearly trying to smooth things over. Why are you siding with your own son? You're still my daughter. While they were talking, Wu Taijiang felt like he had been struck by lightning, one after another. 99 Cat Hammer. What kind of lousy name was that? Besides, he could already imagine how powerful the hammer was, but he had to carve a kitten on the handle. A cute kitten? It was like rolling thunder, wasn't it? Cui Xiaoduo's face was full of yearning. His eyes were full of reverie. Think about it. When the time comes, I'll be facing thousands of soldiers and horses. I'll stroke the kitten while swinging the hammer. When I'm excited, I'll grab the kitten's tail and throw it out, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. I'll stroke the kitten here and smash the people there. Cui Xiaonian fumed and stepped on him. Cui Xiaoduo nimbly dodged, his eyes shining. Ayaya, this name can't be better. Wu Tiejiang's head was full of thunder. Stroke the kitten while swinging the hammer. This image was too beautiful. But this kitten. These two hammers, plus the hollow design. Even if they were made with the densest metal, everything would be made with the best materials. Wu Taijiang said speechlessly, I'm afraid the diameter would be less than 1 meter. Unless such hammers can't be swung, once they're swung, on the battlefield. They'll definitely be a peerless weapon. Wu Taijiang imagined the scene and trembled all over. He felt his hair stand on end. Trembling, he said, such a weapon, are you sure you want to carve a kitten on it? Cui Xiaoduo said firmly, this is a prerequisite. There's no room for discussion. We can't miss out on anything but this. Suddenly reminded of something, he said, oh right, the design of the hammer should have a pattern, right? It'd be best if it's a dark phoenix. That'd be even better. Phoenix. Wu Tiejiang's voice changed. You're a man, but you want to carve a phoenix on the hammer. Cui Xiaoduo looked at him strangely. Why are you making such a fuss? Isn't this normal? I'm making a fuss. Wu Taijiang was completely convinced. Okay, I'll do it for you. Where are the materials? What's wrong with this world? Am I, Wu Taijiang, really outdated and about to be eliminated? What were these young people thinking about? I really don't understand. The materials are here. They're all yours. Cui Xiaonian handed over the ring in her hand. Wu Taijiang took it and looked at it. He frowned and said, we have enough 1,000 fantasy gold and heavenly witchcraft copper. But the rest? Cui Zhonglu answered from the side, old Wu. Wu Tiejiang's cheeks trembled. Ah. Brothers Wu. We're neighbors. We'll take care of each other in the future. Cui Chonglu said meaningfully, as an uncle, you must take care of the children's weapons. We haven't prepared the materials yet, so you'll have to pay for them first. Cui Chonglu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder and said, when we're done, we'll settle the accounts together. I'll give you everything together, including your salary. Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. But I. Cui Zhonglu replied with a smile, it's just a pair of hammers, a few swords, and some scattered concealed weapons. What's the big deal? I know you want to say, forget it. But, I can't do that. After all, you've put in a lot of hard work and tiredness. How can I take your hard work for free? Who said forget it? What did I say? Look at how noble you are. You can't take it for free. Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. No, I mean. I know you have it. I know. Cui Chonglu interrupted, how can a blacksmith be short of materials, don't you think so? Wu Taijiang struggled. But these. I understand. Cui Chonglu smiled and said, it's settled then. Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. Why? Cui Chonglu said, After we're done, I'll ask my sister-in-law to cook a few dishes and treat you to a big drink. We're brothers, ha ha ha. Wu Tiejiang's complexion turned pale, and he immediately lost his breath. After being stunned for a while, he said weakly, forget about drinking. I'll do my best. Zhuo Chonglu said, then I'll leave everything to you, my good brother. Boss Zhuo, you're too kind. It's my duty. Wu Tiejiang's face twisted. He looked at Zhuo Chonglu as if he was about to cry. It's my duty. Good brother. Zhuo Chonglu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder. Let's keep in touch in the future. Wu Tiejiang sat down on the chair and muttered, I'm not rich. I wouldn't dare. Zhuo Chonglu laughed and said, let's not talk about this. You're being too polite. How many days will it take for your daughter and son to finish the swords? Wu Taijiang did some calculations and said, it's easy to finish the swords. 3 days. I'll finish it in 3 days. It's just that the hammers are more troublesome. Got it. Zhuo Chonglu said straightforwardly, then I'll come and get them in 3 days. I'll bring them home directly. These 2 children still need to cultivate. I won't let them come. Sure. Zhuo Chonglu said, you too, go back and do whatever you need to do. Zhuo Xiaoduo, aren't you still in school? Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head. I took the afternoon off. He looked at his watch. It was not even 2:30. He said, should I go back to school directly? Zhuo Xiaonian also said obediently, I'll go and find master. Go, go. Zhuo Zhonglu drove his son and daughter away. Wu Taijiang watched the 2 people disappear. His face was pale and his eyes were red. He felt like he was about to cry. Brother Zhuo, aren't you cheating me? Zhuo Chonglu said apologetically, brother, I'm sorry. Now the burden of the whole family is on my shoulders. Even a landlord's house doesn't have any extra food. You don't know how much Xiao Duo can eat in one meal. Your brother Zhuo is so poor that he's about to sell his blood. If you really feel that it's difficult, you can ask your sister-in-law to cook 2 dishes tonight. My wife and I will thank you in person. Go and take care of the shop. Wu Taijiang pushed Zhuo Chonglu out. I wouldn't dare to drink or anything like that even if you beat me to death. You go about your business and I'll work. I'll work, okay. Ha, thank you. Zhuo Chonglu also left. Wu Taijiang sighed until his throat was smoking. He finally accepted his fate and began to work. This is fate. Clink, clink, clink. Blacksmith Wu started to work, and his work efficiency was extremely high. After all, there was only one thought in his mind. I have to finish as fast as I can and leave this place as soon as possible. This place is really not a good place. It's too scary. In this city, there's a feeling of fear and trepidation every moment. That meal is definitely not to be eaten. He was sweating profusely when he suddenly felt a shadow flash in front of him. It was Zhuo Zhonglu again. He walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Wu, are you busy? Wu Taijiang could only straighten his back. Yes, I am. Well, Old Wu. I thought about it. These are the weapons of the 2 children. Zhuo Chonglu frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said with a heavy heart, you don't have to sign your name. Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. What? I can't even leave my name on the 2 divine weapons that I made with my own hands. There should be a limit to your bullying, right? Chapter 189. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. You can sign their names elsewhere, such as on a piece of paper. I'll ask them to keep it and keep it well. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. What do you mean? This is what I think. Zhuo Changlu said, do you think these two weapons are unique in this world? He looked at Wu Taijiang meaningfully. Wu Taijiang's face suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, you're so thoughtful. Well, do you understand? If you insist on leaving your name, it will inevitably involve karma. Zhuo Changlu said thoughtfully, if you insist on leaving your name. I know. I won't leave my name. Wu Taijiang thought it through very clearly. Your son and daughter are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, and are blessed by the heavens. But at the same time, they are also accompanied by the heaven-soaring baleful tribulation. Once they reach the nirvana tribulation stage, the road ahead will inevitably be filled with a reign of terror, and it will always accompany them. Zhuo, I have to admit that you're right. If I were to leave my name behind, just the karmic ties of your son and daughter would implicate me to death. This should indeed be avoided. You're right. Zhuo Changlu nodded slowly. There was a slight worry in his eyes. Yes, if they can pass the tribulation, they'll have a bloody life. Especially Xiao Duo. He's too murderous. His weapon is a lethal weapon. As the person who made the weapon, you're already involved in karma. If you leave your name. That's right. However, as his biological parents, I'm afraid this karma. This is what we should bear. Zhuo Changlu looked indifferent. As parents, how can we not bear the karma of our son? Can they pass the tribulation? Wu Taijiang asked with concern. I don't know. Zhuo Changlu said softly, everything depends on their fate. Wu Taijiang lowered his voice and said, if you do it yourself, Zhuo. Zhuo Changlu shook his head worriedly. If I could, I would want to. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Wu Taijiang's face was full of worry when he heard this. He said, in that case, wouldn't the future of these two little fellows be very uncertain? Zhuo Changlu said quietly, originally, only female children would enter the calamity, but now they have the same fate. Wu Taijiang asked, how are they? Zhuo Changlu looked more and more worried. He muttered, he's faster than us. Much faster. He's already decaying. Wu Taijiang said in shock, even with the strength of you and your wife, you can't suppress him. Zhuo Changlu sighed with melancholy. He was much more ruthless than the two of us. He actually completely abandoned his memories and even used the aura observation technique to forcefully extract his lifespan. He used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. At that time, we didn't think of this. What we experienced was only the purest mortal tribulation. Later on, what's done can't be undone. The two of us have already restrained each other. We can no longer interfere. Besides, he was earlier than us in the first place. By the time we discovered it, we were already too late. However, his tricks are not the right way. Wu Taijiang said, I believe that in the future, he will no longer be your opponent. Zhuo Changlu was silent for a long time. He said, now, we can only take one step at a time. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. So what? In fact, it will take at least a few decades for an official battle. Under such circumstances, can he make a move? No. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. No one can make a move. But you said that he used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. Do you mean that he will return earlier than the two of you? That's right. Then how many years can he be ahead of time? Zhuo Changlu thought carefully. Perhaps, in the next 1 or 2 years, he can be free. As for us, we will still be restrained here and cannot move for at least a few decades. Zhuo Changlu said solemnly, this is also one of the most important reasons why I asked you to come here this time. He sighed softly. The last time Nan Xiaoxiong came, I didn't dare to tell him. That guy has a bad temper. Wu Taijiang gasped. If that's the case, won't we be in a state of emptiness for a few decades? Not to that extent. Zhuo Chonglu said, let the tiger take over. Wu Taijiang murmured, I'm afraid the tiger can't take it. I didn't say to let him take over forever. Can't he maintain a balance for more than a decade? Zhuo Chonglu frowned and said, besides, even if he returns, he used a trick after all. The luck extracted by the heavenly Tao is not small. It will take at least 10 years to make up for it. In other words, we don't have to consider the first 10 years. Wu Taijiang asked. That's right. Even if he reappears in the first 10 years, he will still be blind. Zhuo Chonglu said with certainty. Wu Taijiang smiled bitterly. At his level of strength, how big of a difference does it make whether he's blind or not? A small difference is enough for the tiger. Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently, by the way, did you bring the life-prolonging pill I asked you to bring? Wu Taijiang said, I did. How many do you need? I've brought all 3 of them. 1 is enough. Any more and I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. It might even arouse Sky Shaman's vigilance. Zhuo Chonglu was a little helpless. He said, actually, just 1 is enough for Sky Shaman to react. However, it can still be considered normal. Any more and it will be troublesome. How much lifespan can a life-prolonging pill extend for the blind man? Wu Taijiang was a little conflicted and also a little distressed. This kind of heaven-grade elixir was actually used to prolong the enemy's life. It was really too unreconciled. However, if he didn't extend his life, he could end the mortal tribulation and return at any time. That would be the start of the real trouble. Based on the basic effects of this elixir, it can extend a normal person's life for at least 1,000 years. However, for this guy, 11 is already the limit. His origin has already been depleted by himself. That's too cruel. Zhuo Chonglu said. That's still 100 years. Isn't that enough? Wu Taijiang was relieved. Not enough, not enough. Have you forgotten how that blind man is courting death? Zhuo Chonglu was speechless. He used the true spiritual aura observation technique. Anyone who observes aura will have their lifespan extracted. Even if his lifespan is increased by 100 years, it's definitely not enough for him to torture himself for long. 3 to 5 years should be the limit. Wu Taijiang was also speechless. This is really fucking. Can we think of a way to stop him from observing aura? Imprison him. Don't let him come into contact with the outside world. Wu Taijiang suddenly had a strange idea. What are you thinking? Under the rules of the heavenly Tao, how can we stop him? If we really do that, wouldn't we be telling him that we already knew? Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. If we could really do that, he wouldn't be blind now. Why would he need to use the life-prolonging elixir? I have many ways to make him live 1,000 years. But the problem is, who can withstand the backlash of the heavenly witchcraft? That's true. Here's the life-prolonging elixir. 1 is enough. Take the rest back. We can't waste them here, Zhuo Chonglu said. Okay. Wu Taijiang wanted to say something but hesitated. And this phoenix game now. You must be careful. Wu Taijiang was a little worried. Your son and daughter are both peerless geniuses. If because of this. Zhuo Chonglu was silent for a long time. Then, he said, the heavenly Tao is balanced. The dragon phoenix tribulations rely on their own opportunities to pass through. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. I only asked you to come here one after another because of the destiny of his parents. But I can't do anything more than that. We can't interfere with the destiny of the heavenly Tao. Wu Taijiang sighed. It's difficult, really difficult. He felt that if he were Zhuo Changlu, he would be in so much pain that he wanted to die. The Phoenix tribulations come one after another, with each wave higher than the last. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, this is determined by one's destiny. Step by step, one pushes toward the path of nirvana. It's too common to die halfway. Rumor has it that in the past 30 million years, no one has successfully reached the end of the Phoenix tribulations. The path of the Phoenix tribulations is full of divergent paths. Most of them die on the road ahead, unable to continue. Not to mention that I'm powerless now, even if I can protect them forever, they won't be phoenixes when they grow up. Zhuo Changlu's eyes flashed with sadness. Don't worry, I have a feeling that it'll work this time. Even if no one has succeeded in the Phoenix tribulations since ancient times, it'll definitely work this time. Wu Taijiang comforted him, I think that kid in your family is a genius. He's really a powerful helper. With his despicable, shameless, and wretched personality, he's willing to use any means possible. Maybe he can reverse the situation and create a miracle. Are you trying to say something nice? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. Thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's temper, he couldn't help but smile warmly. My kid is indeed a huge variable. At the very least, even the two of us didn't expect him to be born. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded to the extreme. That kid is really your biological son. Isn't he like a girl? That. Zhuo Changlu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Wu Taijiang, that's my, Zhuo Changlu's, biological son. By blood. Really by blood. Zhuo Changlu emphasized several times. Wu Taijiang's eyes widened to the maximum. He suddenly jumped up. How? How is this possible? Zhuo Changlu's breathing became rough. He glared at Wu Taijiang fiercely and breathed through his nostrils. Why, can't I have a son? Wu Taijiang said in astonishment, but this is clearly impossible. Don't you understand the whole story? Zhuo Zhanglu took a deep breath and said, but it just so happened that we had a son. Wu Taijiang looked like he was struck by lightning. He said, impossible, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Zhuo Changlu couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, you fucking. Go hit your iron. At this moment. Do-do-do-do. The sound of a walking stick hitting the ground was heard. In the distance, a blind man tapped the ground with a walking stick and walked slowly in the crowd. Well, today's third watch, please vote. Chapter 190. The moment he saw Blind Hong, Wu Taijiang's pupils shrank. He immediately turned around to continue forging. His eyes were fixed on Blind Hong, and his mind was completely focused. Zhuo Changlu turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop. He laughed heartily and said, Old Hong, why did you come here personally? As soon as he walked out of the blacksmith shop, Wu Taijiang immediately closed the door. He really wanted to smash this blind man to death with his hammer. Actually, he really wanted to smash this guy with the surname Zhuo. Blind Hong rolled his eyes and coughed a few times. He looked even more senile and said, Boss Zhuo, do you have the Jade of Astral Souls that I ordered last time? Yes, yes. Come. Zhuo Changlu floated Blind Hong into the Jade of Astral Souls shop and helped him to sit down. He said, I told you before. You're already so old. Why are you running around alone? Just give me a call and I'll send it to you. Tell me, why didn't you listen to me? Blind Hong tried to catch his breath. He was out of breath and said, Boss Zhuo, I've been lying at home all this time. It's not because of that. I really don't want to wait for death. Only by going out for a walk can I feel that I'm still alive. Zhou Changlu laughed and said, "You're right. Come, old Hong. I happen to have the best tea here. It can help you replenish your vitality. Look at how weak your body is." Blind Hong said gratefully, "All these years, it's all thanks to Boss Sua's kindness and support. If it weren't for your benevolence and generosity, helping me many times, I'm afraid my old bones would have been buried in the ground for a long time." Zhou Changlu said unhappily, "We've been brothers for many years. Don't treat me like an outsider. Come. This is a 700-year-old piece of ginseng. It's said that it can prolong your life." He helped Blind Hong into his shop and started to brew the tea. After a while, the rich fragrance of ginseng filled the air. Blind Hong sniffed and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He said in a deep voice, "Boss Sua, this ginseng tea of yours is really extraordinary. It must be more than 700 years old, right?" Zhou Changlu picked up the teapot and filled the old blind man's cup. "Old Hong, you have to take it easy. It's best if you only soak the first cup. Don't spill it and waste my good intentions." Blind Hong grinned with his toothless mouth and said happily, Of course. She reached out her trembling hand to touch the teacup. He touched the teacup, but he touched the other side of the teacup instead of the handle. Blind Hong's trembling end caused the teacup to tilt naturally. With a splash, about a third of the tea spilled out. Ouch! Blind Hong hurriedly brought the remaining 2/3 of the tea to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, he felt his entire body relax. It was an indescribable comfort. He couldn't help but smack his lips in pity. What a pity! I actually wasted half a cup of this top-grade tea that can replenish vitality. What a waste! Zhou Changlu looked at the spilled tea and sighed helplessly in his heart. It's okay. Come, there's more in the teapot. Boss Sua, your tea. Blind Hong could feel a gentle heat flowing through his entire body, constantly replenishing his body that had already deteriorated to the extreme. Even his broken meridians were beginning to regain their vitality. Moreover, this feeling of being filled with life continued to strengthen, benefiting him continuously. Slowly, there was a strange feeling of returning to youth. Your tea. Blind Hong said in shock, Boss Sua, your tea is obviously a peerless treasure. How can I, an old blind man, accept such great kindness? Old Hong, after so many years, there aren't many brothers that I can talk to. Moreover, I've always been a loner. Zhou Changlu sighed. You're the only one who keeps in touch with me. We talk a lot, but your body is in such a state. Old Hong, you must take care of your body in the future. Take it as accompanying me and living for a few more days. 2 lines of tears slowly rolled down from Blind Hong's shriveled eyes. He groped and grabbed Zhou Changlu's hand. Old Hong. Brother Zhou, it's worth it to have a brother like you in my life. He was trembling. It was obvious that he was really moved. It's a pity that I, Blind Hong, have nothing to repay you with. He thought for a while and felt his body. He drank another cup of tea and slowly felt it. Then, he said softly, Old Zhou, this cup of tea has really replenished a lot of my vitality. How about this? When it's convenient for you, let your son and daughter come over. I'll take a look at their lives. This is the only thing I can do for you. Blind Hong wiped his tears and said sincerely, Old Zhou, you're a good man. Your life has been smooth sailing. There's no disaster to speak of. With my little ability, I'm the most powerless when it comes to people like you. However, I heard your son talking the last time I came. That's your son, right? The one who knows physiognomy. Yes, that's my son. That child's body is overflowing with the aura of a genius. However, his life is full of misfortune and calamities. Last time, I wanted to take a look at his face. However, I don't have much lifespan left. If I try my best, I'm afraid I'll die before I can take a look at his face. Blind Hong took a few breaths and said, "This time, you've made up so much for me. There's a lot left. I'll take a look at his face. If there's anything that can't be avoided, I'll help to think of a way to avoid it. I've revealed too many secrets in my life. I'm destined to have no children and be alone. However, I also know that in a person's life, the person who thinks about the most is none other than his own child. As long as the child can be well, the parents and elders can be at ease." Blind Hong said, "Old Zhua, please don't reject me." Zhua Chonglu's face twitched. "Old Hong, what are you saying? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We're already at this age. It's better for us to take care of ourselves first." Blind Hong was displeased. "Old Zhua, are you looking down on me? You can give me such a life-prolonging treasure so easily. I'm only taking a small part of it to take a look at our child. What's the value of that? Do you still treat me as a friend?" Zhua Chonglu's face was full of helplessness. He could only say, "Okay, okay, okay. When he comes next time, I'll let you take a look at him." Blind Hong opened his mouth and laughed. He was full of emotions. It's rare to have a true friend in life. It's even rarer to have a true friend who doesn't ask for anything. "Old Zhua, you're worth it. I, Blind Hong, have been used by others for so many years. I've been captured and taken to take a look at feng shui and aura. Those people, who would care about my lost lifespan?" Blind Hong said with grief and indignation, "Their lives are their lives. Is my life not also a life? Both of your eyes are blind, but you still won't let me go." Blind Hong grabbed Zhua Chonglu's hand and said sincerely, "You've replenished me with a lot of vitality. It's your kindness. However, the people who are watching me won't let go of this replenishment. It's destined to be consumed. Since it's going to be consumed anyway, why don't we use it on our child? Let's give our child more protection." Zhua Chonglu looked up to the sky and sighed. "Old Hong, can't we reject them once?" "Reject?" Blind Hong laughed. "Old Zhua, the first time I rejected them, I lost my left eye. The second time I rejected them, I lost my right eye. If I reject them again, I'll only be left with this life. It's either I die immediately or I'm at death's door. How do you want me to choose? Since ancient times, the only way is to die. Even though I know that I'm at death's door, I still want to live for 2 more years. Although this world is bitter, who would be willing to die when they're not supposed to? How can I be willing to die in peace?" Blind Hong spent the entire afternoon in Zhua Zhonglu's shop. The two of them had a heart-to-heart talk for a long time. Next door, Wu Taijiang, who knew the inside story, was sweating profusely as he continued to forge. "What the hell is going on?" Wu Taijiang muttered to himself. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian parted ways. He rushed towards Second High alone. He walked out of the commercial street, crossed the main road, and entered the pedestrian street. He only needed to cross the pedestrian street and a few small alleys to reach the vicinity of Second High. Although these small alleys couldn't be used by cars, it wasn't a problem for people to walk on them. At this moment, there were quite a lot of people on the pedestrian street. It was bustling with activity. Zhua Xiaoduo seemed to be walking slowly but was actually walking very quickly with the crowd for 100 meters. He could already see the small alley between the two buildings. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed something. In front of him, 4 people were walking towards him together. These 4 people were actually wearing retro robes. Their hair was tied up in buns, just like the ancient Taoist priests in TV dramas. They were full of rustic charm. One of them carried a long sword on his back, one held a folding fan in his hand, one held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, and the last one held a long string of prayer beads in his hand. The four of them talked and laughed along the way. Their faces were natural and unrestrained. What's more, the four of them didn't seem out of place as they walked on the pedestrian street. Instead, they exuded a kind of immortal aura that flowed to the outside world. It made people feel that the four of them weren't ordinary people at first glance. They should be the legendary Taoist priests. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. Because at the moment he saw these four people, a few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Qi Watchers. They must be the so-called Qi Watchers. According to He Yuanyue, Qin Fangyang, and Li Chenglong. All the Qi Watchers were like this. Besides, Sua Xiaoduo quietly felt the aura of these four people and came to a conclusion. These four people each had very profound strength. How could there be four Qi Watchers in Phoenix City at the same time? What were these four Qi-gazing warriors here for? Chapter 191. Sua Xiaoduo's heart was filled with doubts and astonishment. Sua Xiaoduo glanced at them. Not only did he see the aura of these four people, but he also saw from their faces that these four people had a thick aura of death lingering on their faces. When Sua Xiaoduo saw these four people, they naturally saw Sua Xiaoduo as well. One of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He took a step forward and blocked Sua Xiaoduo's path. He smiled from ear to ear and said, "Little brother, I see that your face is different from others." Face. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're just a Qi diviner. What face do you know?" Besides, talking about face in front of Master Sua was the same as showing off in front of God's secret. How dare you? When this person came over, the other three people also looked over. The moment they saw Sua Xiaoduo, they were all stunned. This youngster's aura was really extraordinary. That aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Could it be that I had just arrived in Phoenix City and was just strolling around the pedestrian street to buy some daily necessities, and I actually met a genius of Phoenix City? Because of this, the four people couldn't help but surround him with interest. When the four of them moved, Sua Xiaoduo immediately noticed that there was a surge of aura around him. It seemed that these four people not only had extraordinary abilities, but also had bodyguards secretly protecting them. They were definitely not ordinary people. Sua Xiaoduo stopped and looked at the person in front of him with the innocent eyes of a young boy. He was very confused and said, "This Taoist. What can I do for you?" The person who stopped Sua Xiaoduo laughed and said, "Little brother, you're still a student, right? Where do you study?" "I'm a student." Sua Xiaoduo's face was filled with surprise and curiosity. He blurted out without thinking, "I'm a student of No. 1 middle school." "How did you know? How can you tell?" "Ha!" The man squinted his eyes and laughed. "First high school student. What's your name?" "I'm Ting Hao." Sua Xiaoduo gradually showed some impatience. "Why are you stopping me? What's the matter?" It's fine. Meeting you is fate. I'll give you a few words of warning. This meeting was not in vain." That person smiled and said, "Little brother, I see that your face doesn't look too good recently. I'm afraid that a bloody disaster will befall you in the next few days. Remember to avoid it." Sua Xiaoduo almost laughed out loud. "So he's a liar." Sua Xiaoduo snorted and said disdainfully, "Are you going to say, I'll give you some incense money, and you'll help me find the right path to avoid this bloody disaster?" "There's no need for that. Just be careful. That person smiled faintly and looked at the top of Zhuoxiaoduo's head. He said, young man, your luck is not bad. You have a strong aura. I purposely made it clear that I wanted to form good karma with you. Good karma. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted and said, I'll remember your reminder. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. That person laughed and handed over a business card. He said, if you really encounter a bloody disaster, call me at this number. Okay. Zhuoxiaoduo took the name card and looked at the four of them with vigilant eyes as if he had encountered a swindler. He slowly moved his body and rushed past them from the side. He ran away like a nimble rabbit. After drilling into the crowd twice, he disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? The other three people looked at the person who stopped Zhuoxiaoduo with interest. Brother Feng, what did you see? Brother Feng laughed and said, Brother Jiang, Brother Wei, Brother Yan, what do you think? This young man is energetic and has a bright future. Brother Jiang smiled and said, his green qi has begun to show. He's in the ascendant. His future is promising. Brother Feng, this good karma is formed at the right time. Brother Wei laughed and said, it's a pity that he doesn't believe it. Besides, Brother Feng's way of striking up a conversation is too old-fashioned. Bloody disaster, ah. Why didn't I see that there was a bloody disaster there just now? Brother Feng said coolly, this sort of thing like a bloodbath has always only existed in legends. How can it really be seen? Besides, we're qi-guessing scholars, not fortune-tellers. Then why did you say it? There's a reason why I said it. Brother Feng said confidently, first, this is a martial arts school student, and he's a genius. He's the best choice. Second, such a genius must be practicing with each other and going out to do missions every day. As for the so-called bloody calamity, although it can be a body full of cuts and bruises, it can only be a small injury. As long as he suffers the slightest injury during a spar or a mission, it can be said to be a bloody calamity. Isn't it? Besides, I didn't say when he'll be injured. I just said in the near future. Logically speaking, such a martial arts school student will suffer a little injury and bleed a little. It might not happen every day, but in 8 to 10 days, it should happen once or twice. As long as it happens, it means that I can see it accurately. Brother Feng smiled faintly and said, I believe that when the time comes, that kid will naturally come to me. Fuck. The other three people said in unison, you're purely a charlatan. This operation is very. So what if I'm a charlatan? The so-called fortune-telling, and trickery that has been passed down for so many years, aren't they all played like this? Qi-guessing has its own origin, but when it comes to fortune-telling, how many people in the whole continent can do it accurately? Is there really such a saying? Brother Feng spoke eloquently, when I see a worried face, I say, brother, something bad has happened at home. Seeing a smiling face, oh, congratulations, there's a happy occasion recently. Isn't this a normal operation? How is it a fancy operation? That's right. Let's wait and see if this kid will come back to you. The other three people couldn't help laughing. This kind of deception was really too funny. Zhuoxiaoduo left the four of them. As he walked, he looked at his fortune from a shop window on the side of the road. Bloody disaster my ass, this bastard is just spouting nonsense. He's just fooling me. But these four people are undoubtedly qi-guessing warriors. Moreover, they stopped me because they wanted to form a good relationship with me. This should be true. I believe that any qi-guessing warrior with a small achievement can see that my momentum is strong. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned and pondered, however, it's a very bad thing to be seen through by others. Later, I have to find a way to hide it. Swishao's mind raced as he suddenly remembered that night when he was on duty with Swishaonian. The loot he got was the breath-concealing technique in his ring. I don't know if that book is useful. These days, because of Swishaonian's matter, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about the book. If he hadn't met the 4 frauds today, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. That book should be useful for reference. Swishaoduo Duo thought in his heart, that person has been living in seclusion in Phoenix City for so long and has never been discovered. He should have the ability to hide his momentum and cultivation. As for the specific level and how high it is, I don't know, but it should be effective. I'll try it when I get back from school today. Otherwise, when I meet these frauds in the future, they'll come up to talk to me one by one when they see my momentum. It'll be so annoying. People have so many troubles when they're too handsome. Sigh. Swishaoduo Duo made a turn and entered the alley. He sped all the way to the second high school. It was almost 3:00 now, but he could still cultivate in the gravity room for 2.5 hours. Before entering the gravity room, he had to chat with his classmates in class and improve his relationship with them. He had to ask them if they had enough contribution points. He had to show some concern. He could also talk about his troubles and complain. Sigh, I have too many contribution points. I can't spend them all. I'm so worried. At this moment, the higher-ups of Second High were having a meeting. It was a small meeting, and there were no more than 20 people in attendance. However, every one of them was a core figure in Second High. Among them, there were only a few form teachers from the key classes. Yes, there was also Qin Fangyang. The person in charge of the meeting was, of course, the old principal, He Yuanyue. When everyone arrived, they were all very respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old principal had not called a meeting in person in Second High for many years. It must be something important to announce. Today, I've called everyone here for a very important meeting. He Yuanyue coughed. The old principal's body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She was half lying in the wheelchair, and it seemed that she could only lean on the back of the wheelchair to support her neck. Qin Fangyang sat at the back. He felt his heart aching. She was haggard again. Qin Fangyang looked at her from below the stage. There was only endless pain and sadness in his heart. What I'm going to say is very important. How important is it exactly? He Yuanyue smiled and said, it's probably about my entire life. Everything needs to be entrusted to all of you. When everyone heard this, their bodies stiffened subconsciously. What did she mean? He Yuanyue said calmly, I've worked hard for my whole life in Second High, but I've also persevered for my whole life. Recently, my health has been getting worse and worse. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. There's not much time left for me to be conscious. At most, I have 1 year left. He Yuanyue gently raised her hand and looked around, suppressing all the noisy voices. I hope that everyone will be able to quietly listen to me. He Yuanyue said softly, I'm afraid that when I want to make arrangements in the future, I won't be able to speak, and I won't be conscious anymore. So, I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to explain all the things that I haven't done, the things that I'm worried about, the things that I'm regretful about, and the things that I hope to do. I'll make arrangements for all of them. Today was the birthday of Alliance Master Mo Luo Ruishang. Happy birthday to him. Chapter 192. Everyone's face was covered with a layer of gloomy clouds. An inexplicable sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire office. The eyes of Hu Ruoyun and many other female teachers immediately turned red, but they still tried their best to hold back their tears, not letting them fall. Qin Fangyang's heart suddenly tightened. My life's work was all in Second High. When I came to Feng City, Second High was in ruins. Under the previous principal's request, I rebuilt Second High from the ruins. I didn't dare to slack off for decades, and finally, Second High became what it is today. My life's work. He Yuanhua looked at Li Chongjiang and said, "Now, Li Chongjiang has succeeded as the principal. You are diligent and dedicated to your duties. I am assured that Second High will be supported by you in the future. Chongjiang will follow the old principal's example and do his best for Second High." Li Chongjiang stood up and said almost as if he was making an oath, "I will not let Second High be humiliated because of me. Ruoyun can pass on my mantle." He Yuanhua looked up at Hu Ruoyun and said, "If I go, Ruoyun can inherit my position in Second High and take good care of Second High for me." "Yes. Old principal." Hu Ruoyun choked with sobs. "Vice Principal Liu, you helped me stabilize Second High in the past. Now, you are helping Chongjiang to manage Second High. You have made great contributions. In the future, I still hope that Vice Principal Liu will not forget your original intention and be the same as before." The white-haired Vice Principal Liu stood up calmly, his eyes slightly red. "Yes, old principal. The thing I am most concerned about now is the teaching staff of Second High. In recent years, we have been infiltrated by the UMNO Alliance. This is a great humiliation. In the future, everyone has to be responsible for recruitment. If there are similar cases, the dedicated leaders can directly turn themselves in to Star Shield." He Yuanhua said, "In the future, we can consider recruiting some of the students who graduated from Second High. After all, they are the children that we have nurtured and trained. They can be trusted." "Yes. I hope that all the students who come to Second High will not lose the opportunity to study because of their poor family background." Everyone stood up in unison. "Yes. I hope that in the future, the students of Second High School will be more vigilant when they spar with each other inside the school and train outside the school. Try your best to ensure that the students' hearts and minds reach the standards of a warrior before they graduate. Regardless of whether they enter or drop out of school, their hearts and battle experience must be in place. I've seen a lot of cruelty in school, so I'll be able to handle it more easily when I'm in the martial world. The teaching staff must have the heart of a loving mother to guide the students earnestly, and must also have the heart of a strict father to teach the students strictly." "Yes." When He Yuanhua said this, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She drank a mouthful of ginseng tea and opened her eyes tiredly. She said, "That's all for Second High's matters. Everyone, I hope you won't let me down. I will do my best." Everyone stood up together. "Next, there are some personal matters of mine, some regrets, and some unfinished business. It doesn't matter if any of you have the time, or if you have the opportunity, you can help me fulfill my wish. If not, then forget it." He Yuanhua said softly. However, the people below all pricked up their ears. Everyone realized that this was the old principal's dying wish. They must help her fulfill it. "In this life, I once had a wish, and that was to set foot on the UMNO Alliance's mainland. In the UMNO Alliance's mainland, I'll wield my sword and travel everywhere. I'll kill one person in 10 steps, and I won't leave a single trace for 1,000 miles. It's a pity that this wish is too great. I'm destined to not be able to fulfill it. It can be said that this is the biggest regret of my life." He Yuanhua's eyes were filled with tears. Although the Sun Moon Pass is a pass for men, it's a pass for defense. I, He Yuanhua, cannot break into the UMNO Alliance's mainland to kill the enemy. This is the regret of my life. Qin Fangyang clenched his fists. He Yuanhua said solemnly, "Back then, I had 3 enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. One of them has already been executed, and the other 2 have escaped without a trace. It's also the regret of my life that I can't kill them with my own hands. Qin Fangyang took in a deep breath. Back then, I had an elder brother who was also a peerless genius. His name was Heijin. Back then, at the Sun Moon Pass, the Umno Alliance's plague was rampant, and there was no cure. My elder brother led 300 brothers and broke out of the Sun Moon Pass. They entered the Umno Alliance's territory in search of an antidote. In the end, only 10 out of the 300 survived. My elder brother was not among them. According to the soldiers who returned, my elder brother went missing in the Umno Alliance's mainland. No one knows where he is. My elder brother was the pride of my family, a hot-blooded man. However, he could not return to his hometown in life, and could not return to his homeland in death. I wanted to find him, but I was powerless. This is the regret of my life. Everyone was in an uproar. Heijin was actually the old principal's elder brother. Legend had it that he was already a cloud transformation realm cultivator. He wore a spotless white robe and led 300 men to break out of the Sun Moon Pass and kill their way into the Umno Alliance. He was Heijin. He was actually He Yuan's elder brother. Everyone couldn't help but respect him. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes revealed an uncertain expression. Heijin. He Yuan's elder brother. Elder brother. Qin Fangyang seemed to understand in an instant. It was elder brother, not big brother or elder brother. And I understand now. I, He Yuanyue, have taught for dozens of years. Second high school students can be said to be all over the world. Countless good men of second high school have achieved great things in the Yinwu continent. My heart is filled with joy, but there are still some imperfections. Until now, no one in second high school has been able to shake the world and reach the ranks of the peerless geniuses in the continent. 200 years ago, young Master Blue Blade appeared in the first high school. Today, in just a short 200 years, young Master Blue Blade has become a hero above the cloud transformation realm. Young Master Blue Blade is the pride of the first high school. Although our second high school has gone through many years of hard work and exhaustion, and many talents have emerged, we have never been able to surpass the first high school. This is because of young Master Blue Blade's reputation. He Yuanyue said softly, "Everyone, please take good care of the students. I hope that in the near future, our second high school will also have a famous person who can shake the world. If there is such a seedling, I hope that there will be someone who can protect him and help him soar into the sky." He Yuanyue, many years of a dream. Li Chongjiang said softly, "Old principal, the goddess of spiritual thoughts is also considered to be from second high school. It will not be difficult for her to soar into the sky in the future. We will do our best to help her." He Yuanyue shook her head. Spiritual thoughts spent very little time in second high school. Then, she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect. She is a genuine member of the Kunlun Taoist sect. Our second high school will not go so far as to forcefully pull the golden face of others onto our own face. She is not a student of second high school, do you understand? Li Chongjiang said repeatedly, "Yes, yes." He Yuanyue sighed softly, 100 years of white hair in a dream, gradually knowing how desolate the world of mortals is. The young ambition is still regretful, looking back, the vicissitudes of life. This seemed to be a poem, but He Yuanyue only read the first 4 lines and did not continue. She sat in silence for a long time and muttered, "Meeting adjourned." Qin Fangyang walked out of the meeting room in silence. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window outside and looked at the sunset outside. He did not speak for a long time. Stepping on the continent of the Umno Alliance, wielding a sword to travel the world, slaughtering the enemies who violated the border. This wish is the regret of my life. Back then, the 2 enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. I cannot kill them with my own hands. This is the regret of my life. My elder brother, Heijin. Can't return to his hometown in life. He can't return to his homeland in death. This is the regret of my life. Our second high school can produce a signboard. To protect him, to help him soar into the sky, to reach the clouds. He yuanue, many years of a dream. At this moment, the lake in Qin Fangyang's heart was rising and falling endlessly. His thoughts were surging, and it was difficult to stop. I know, I completely know, you said all this with only one real intention, and that is to not let me die. You don't want me to go with you, that's all. I know, but how can I let you live in regret for the rest of your life? How can I let you die in peace? After you die, there will be no one in this world who is worthy for me to stay and be attached to. After you die, my heart will follow you. A person whose heart is dead will die even if he lives. You really put a lot of thought into this. You know what I care about the most, and you know what I look forward to the most. You also know that I can't reject any of your requests. Especially. These are the regrets of my life. Qian, you're so ruthless. You made my determination to go with you, but it actually wavered. Qin Fangyang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. He looked at the sunset, but he did not move a single step. Lon Lon walked out of the office and looked at Qin Fangyang's back from afar. From the bottom of her heart, she felt an indescribable sense of desolation. That afternoon, Qin Fangyang did not wait for his students outside the gravity chamber. Sua Xiaoduo carried weights and moved around in the gravity chamber. He wanted to familiarize himself with the current situation as soon as possible. In just one afternoon, Sua Xiaoduo had used up 27 pieces of medium-grade Astral Soul's jade. Such a speed was simply inconceivable to him before this. At this moment, Sua Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the aura within his body was surging and surging. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, mixed with the heat that could burn everything, was colliding and surging within his body. The two forces were constantly looking for a chance to break through. In just one afternoon, there were already 3 times when the qi in his body rushed to the Xiantian stage. It was as if Sua Xiaoduo could break through with just a thought. It was so indescribably easy. It was unimaginably easy. However, Sua Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and tried his best to force the qi that had reached the Xiantian stage back. He adjusted the qi back to his dantian and continued to flow through his meridians. This method was slightly easier the first and second time. It was not too difficult. However, on the third time, the qi was surging like never before. It was almost unstoppable. It was probably during this period that Sua Xiaoduo continued to absorb the qi. The true origin in his body became more and more abundant. It was getting thicker and thicker. His dantian gradually felt full. Once he started to move, it was like the floodgates of the Yangtze River had been opened. It was unstoppable. Sua Xiaoduo, who had been suppressing the breakthrough, could clearly feel that his dantian was expanding bit by bit. He practiced his fists and legs with all his might. Galaxy step, dragon gate leg, star plucking palm. He exhausted the surging qi in his body. However, as long as he circulated his qi, the true origin would immediately return and fill his dantian. Chapter 193. The speed of his recovery was becoming faster and faster. Therefore, it was more and more difficult to reverse the flow of vital energy. This operation is very similar to suddenly having the urge to fart in a very serious situation in front of a large number of people. Sua Xiaoduo tried to find joy in his misery as he summed up this feeling. I know that this is the most serious situation. Once I do it, it'll be too embarrassing. I can't let it go, so I try my best to hold it in. Then, the qi will be forced back, go around in my body, and rush back again. Then, I hold it in again. Then, it will come back again. Again and again, wave after wave, higher than the previous one. Xiao Duo felt that he was working too hard. But it doesn't seem to be the same thing. If I hold it in for too long, it'll turn into a hiccup. But the true inner force won't have such a change. Also, if I hold it in for too long, once it goes out of control, it'll bring out other things. The true inner force won't bring out other things. Xiao Duo worked hard, trying to control the flow of the restless Shin Qi as he continued to cultivate. Generally, he would laugh out loud at his own random thoughts. I'm so talented. I can't believe I've thought of such a serious matter of breaking through as a fart. Xiao Duo held it in 5 times until he finished cultivating in the gravity room. He felt that his dantian had been blown up like a pig's urine bubble. It was full of qi. Yes, true inner force. This was the only time he had done it since he entered the gravity room. Xiao Duo pushed the door open and walked out, sweating profusely. Once he saw the outside air, more sweat gushed out from his hair. He shook his head, and countless drops of water fell in all directions. Teacher Gu was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you holding your legs? Are you hurt anywhere? Xiaoduo's legs were clamped tightly, and he almost moved them out. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just about to break through. Holding it in a few more times will increase my potential. Xiao Duo explained with a hollow laugh. Break through to the innate stage. Yes. So you plan to hold it in. Hold it in a few more times. Teacher Gu was taken aback. Could it be that this brat was really a prodigy? Breaking through so soon. Yes. Even if I control myself and don't break through, what does that have to do with you clamping your legs? Teacher Gu frowned and looked at him. You're holding it in and not breaking through, not holding it in and not farting. What you should be doing now is relaxing your whole body. Ha! Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Relax. If you clamp your legs like this, it will only make your body more tense and sensitive. Only when your true energy is in a relaxed state can you better control it. Look at you. You look like you have shit all the way to your anus but can't find the toilet. What are you trying to do? Teacher Gu was furious. Do you need to clamp your legs together to hold your breath? Are you taught by Teacher Qin? Xiaoduo's face twitched. She obediently relaxed her legs and acted as if nothing had happened. She then pretended to jump a few times before she said with relief, Isn't it because I don't have any experience? Instinctively, I thought of the story of how you can't fart during the school assembly. Even someone as thick-skinned as Xiao Duo felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Teacher Gu gave him a thumbs up. What a talent! As she spoke, she went to open the other doors and dragged Wan Lixio and the others out. As usual, these guys had trained themselves until they were half useless. They couldn't even walk on their own. The 5 of them lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their faces were pale. Teacher Gu came back and looked at the 5 of them. She said in surprise, Not bad. Each of you is on the verge of breaking through. However, you're still some distance away from Zhua controlling your own breakthrough. Long Yuxing lay on the ground and said with difficulty, We will definitely catch up to him. The others didn't even have the strength to nod. They just snorted a few times. They were so tired that they could fall asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. It's understandable that they're sleeping, but why are you still sleeping? Teacher Gu's mind was full of questions. She kicked Li Zhongming. You've been in deep sleep for 5 hours. Why are you still sleeping? Li Zhongming said with difficulty, Teacher Gu. I'm really resting when I'm sleeping now. Sleeping inside is cultivating. It's different. He. Teacher Gu rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to sleep. Stand up. Look at how fat you are. You're so careless. The others have trained themselves to death, but you're still sleeping. She kicked Li Zhongming mercilessly. She didn't touch the others. She just kept kicking Li Zhongming. Even though they were exhausted, Li Chenglong, Wan Lixiu, and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. However, no one was willing to defend Li Zhongming. Teacher, Li Zhongming is cultivating the Great Dream Divine Technique. It's a family technique. Sleeping is cultivating. No one said this sentence. Yes, they wouldn't say it even if they were beaten to death. They just liked to see the little fatty get beaten up. It was pleasing to the eye. Sua Xiaoduo was obviously getting used to the current situation. He came out a little earlier than the others, so he had recovered some of his energy. He went to get 2 buckets of cold water, grabbed the 5 people by their hair, and pushed them into the buckets. He pressed them up and down and bullied them. Okay. Spare me. The 5 of them were in a sorry state. However, they recovered some of their strength with the help of the cold water. They stood up shakily. They looked at each other. Each of them looked like a drowned rat. They laughed together and were full of energy. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the crowd. The moment he saw Long Yuxing, he suddenly frowned. Long Yuxing's face was full of black smoke. Bad luck was on his head. And it was slowly gathering. It was almost tangible. This was a disaster. And it was a great disaster. This was a real disaster of blood. Sua Xiaoduo's face suddenly became serious. School is over. Wan Lixiu shouted happily. Let's go. Wait a moment. Sua Xiaoduo led the way in front. All of you, follow me. Okay. The few of them followed behind. They walked until they were under a tree not far from the classroom. Sua Xiaoduo said in a deep voice, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, you guys go home. I have some private matters to discuss with Long Yuxing. Li Chenglong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After a pause, he said, okay. He pulled Li Changming and Yu Moyan away. What's the matter? Long Yuxing's matter is our matter. Why are you pulling us away in such a hurry? Yu Moyan and Li Changming expressed their dissatisfaction. Why don't you guys understand? Sua's meaning behind his words is that he doesn't need us now. Why are you guys so gossipy? Do you think we'll let you go when we need to do something? Li Chenglong said, just wait patiently. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu looked solemn as they watched the 3 of them walk away. Sua, is this what you said a few days ago? Yes. Sua Xiaoduo's face was heavy. Xiaolong, did you go home and tell them what I told you a few days ago? Long Yuxing frowned. When I got home, the first thing I did was to tell my father, my grandfather, and my uncles. But they didn't believe me. They didn't want to move. Sigh. As early as a few days ago, Sua Xiaoduo told Long Yuxing to remind his family to move to avoid disaster. Long Yuxing had obviously tried very hard, but it was useless. There were usually 2 situations. One was that people achieved something through hard work, and the other was that no matter how hard they tried, they still didn't achieve the desired result. Similarly, it was all about people. The former was a blessing, but the latter was most likely a tragedy. The black gas between your eyebrows is getting more and more solid. I'm afraid it will come true in the next few days. Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Sua Xiaoduo said softly, something big will happen in these 4 days. Long Yuxing, no matter what, no matter what method you use, you must make your family leave your old house. Make sure that no one is at home in these 4 days. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. What you're going to face is a regional disaster, not a man-made disaster. As long as you hide, you can avoid it. Why don't you hide? Sua Xiaoduo frowned, expressing his confusion. Long Yuxing was so depressed that he wanted to die. You don't know how stubborn my grandfather and father are. But then again, they haven't seen your ability with their own eyes, so they don't believe in the saying of disaster falling from the sky. Now that the old principal has endorsed me, they still don't believe me. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I also used the old principal's endorsement to persuade them, but they just don't believe me. What can I do? Long Yuxing was extremely uncomfortable. I even thought of using force, but with my current strength, even if I use force, I can't do anything. Each of them can easily beat me up. Everyone could see Long Yuxing's powerlessness. Wan Lixio was also anxious at the side. You can't say anything else. I'll give you a way, an effective way. Long Yuxing was overjoyed when he heard this. He said happily, Boss, you have a way. Tell me quickly. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Wan Lixio. You'll be the one to do it. Wan Lixio was stunned, and then her face turned red. Me? You're the most effective way. You're their future daughter-in-law. Everyone in the old Long family has to give you some face. Sua Xiaoduo said, you'll think of a way to get everyone to hide and avoid the most dangerous 4 days. Wan Lixio was shy, embarrassed, and anxious. If you want me to step forward, I can do it. But what can I do? Traveling. Sua Xiaoduo had a flash of inspiration as he thought of his parents. No. Long Yuxing shook his head. I just came back last month. Dinner. Or a party. As Sua Xiaoduo was talking, he suddenly felt an aura coming from above, and then from below. It became more and more turbulent. He subconsciously clamped his legs together, and his face twisted. Wait for me. It's coming again. Chapter 194. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio asked with concern, Sua, is your stomach uncomfortable? Didn't you bring any tissues? No. Sua Xiaoduo was sweating profusely, I'm holding my breath. Wan Lixio blushed and rolled her eyes. Long Yuxing was also speechless, are you going to break through again? Can you not make an expression like you have diarrhea when you're guiding your true spirit qi? Well, how many times have you done this? No. You'll know when it's your turn. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and squeezed his legs together. He tilted his head and the muscles on his face twitched. After a while, he finally returned to normal. Okay, let's continue. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing couldn't look at each other anymore. The crisis was over, and Sua Xiaoduo's mind became flexible. Why don't you see if you can persuade your father? Why? The two families are gathered together. What kind of social gathering is this? Both of your families are related. It's logical to find a reason to make an appointment. Long Yuxing is too young, and the elders in the family don't trust him. But if you come forward and persuade your family, the effect will be different. Sua Xiaoduo said. But even if my father comes forward, he can only invite Long Yuxing and his family. Other than his parents, who else can he invite? Wan Lixio was melancholy, the other uncles and Grandpa Long won't come. There's no excuse to invite all of them, especially Grandpa Long, he's an elder. Then let your grandpa invite them. Sua Xiaoduo said, you can find any reason. For example, you found a good holiday villa, and the two families can go out and relax for a few days. Isn't this a normal invitation? Wanlishio rolled her eyes and said, "You make it sound so easy." "Who is my father?" "He's the governor of Phoenix City." "Phoenix City is in a perilous situation now. Go out and relax for a few days. It's hard to even spare a day of free time." Sua Xiaoduo knew that Wanlishio was telling the truth and couldn't help but secretly worry. What kind of method should he think of to transfer this family out? The timing had to be precise. Sua Xiaoduo steeled his heart and activated the Deva Eye to look at Long Yuxing's face. Long Yuxing. Tomorrow night at midnight, he would encounter the aftermath of a great battle. His clan would be destroyed overnight. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked by the result. So fast. It was fortunate that he had taken a second look. Otherwise, the Long clan would have been finished. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuxing or Wanlishio, it was impossible for them to decide and take action today. Long Yuxing, I remember that your family's cultivation method is the Silver Dragon Heart technique, which can only be changed after reaching the innate stage, right? Sua Xiaoduo asked. Yes. Then, do you know the specific characteristics of this cultivation method? Of course it has its special characteristics. It's even very strong. It's said that when one reaches the peak, a silver dragon will appear with one attack. At the final level, millions of silver dragons can appear at the same time. It's earth-shaking and earth-shattering, covering the sun and sky. Long Yuxing coughed and said, "But this is what my grandfather told me. I don't know if it's true or not. My family has kept this cultivation method. Until now, it seems that only a certain great-grandfather from many generations ago has practiced to the third level. My grandfather, my father, my uncles. Actually, they haven't been able to officially enter." Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed. They haven't officially entered. It's a bit of a trap. Sua Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed and said, "In the younger generation of my family, I'm the only one who has the chance to reach the innate stage before the age of 18. Then I'll try the Silver Dragon Heart technique to see if it fits. The others have already confirmed that they can't." Alas. Sua Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "You can definitely do it. There's no doubt about that." "Definitely." Long Yuxing said in surprise. He now firmly believed in Sua Xiaoduo's physiognomy. "Well, you can definitely do it. By the way, how many levels are there in your family's Silver Dragon Heart technique?" Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously. 12 levels. Cough, cough, cough. Long Yuxing was extremely embarrassed. 12 levels. Then the most powerful person in your family has only practiced to the third level. Are you kidding? Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. How useless was that? Cough, cough. My great-grandfather is said to have practiced to the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level. But then he got stuck. Long Yuxing was also very embarrassed. Nascent soul. Grandmaster. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes almost rolled out of their sockets. In the past generations, the most powerful person was only at the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level. It had to be said that Master Sua was very arrogant now. He dealt with nascent soul cultivators every day and subconsciously thought that nascent soul cultivators were just cabbages that could be found everywhere. Long Yuxing's face turned red and he said angrily, "Boss, who is the most powerful person in your family? What level is he at?" Sua Xiaoduo was stunned and murmured, "You asked the right question. You have ancestors to talk about." "I don't know who my ancestors are." My dad didn't say." Master Sua was embarrassed and angry. "I'm talking about your family's big matter. Why are you interrupting? Don't you know that people will die if you talk nonsense?" Long Wan and the other two rolled their eyes in unison. They didn't know who was the one who interrupted first. Who was the one who couldn't compare? Let's do this and do this and do this and naturally everything will be fine. Xiaoduo said, come with me now. From afar, Xiaoduo's voice could be heard, Dad, I'll be home late for dinner tonight. Remember to leave some food for me. Leave more, I'm starving to death. Zhua Changlu, He's really raising a pig. He's so old, but he doesn't know how to eat vegetables. He only knows how to eat and drink from me. Zhua Changlu sighed, but this kid reminded me of a lot of things when he talked about the dragon skin. Zhua Changlu, who was about to lock the door and go home, suddenly turned around and strolled to the blacksmith's door. The clanking of iron inside suddenly stopped. Wu Tiejiang's bronze face stuck out. What's the matter? Nothing. You look tired, so I wanted to ask if you'd like to go home with me for dinner. Zhua Changlu was now a little enthusiastic about treating people to dinner. Wu Tiejiang's face suddenly changed. Brother, I have diarrhea today. I won't disturb you. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. Chapter 195. Zhua Zhanglu leaned against the door and didn't go in. He just smiled and said, yesterday, I went home and told Yuding about it. She was very happy that you could come. She also said that although the eternal gold refined from the 1,000 fantasy gold is good for hammering, it's too obvious and will attract too much attention. It's not good for the child because it's not hidden enough. As for your hammer, the material is actually enough for little Duo to make a hammering surface, but she was too embarrassed to say it, so she wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you in person. No problem. Wu Taijiang patted his chest and said, there's no need for a meal for such a small matter. Saying that I thank you in person is too much. Brother, you're looking down on me too much. I'll just use that material for my nephew. It's not a big deal. But his heart was bleeding. That was eternal iron that was immune to all damage. Compared to the 1,000 phantasm gold, or even the indestructible gold, this is a top-grade material that is much rarer. How many experts yearn to have a weapon made of eternal iron? I finally managed to find some stock, and you actually want to use it to hammer it out with such a big hammer. My stock would at most be enough to handle it. It's really like going back to square one. Well, actually, there's another thing that your sister-in-law wants to tell you. And the chain. It's a hammer that weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Such a thin chain, even if it's made of eternal iron, I'm afraid it's not strong enough. Zhua Changlu said. Wu Tiejiang's face turned pale and he said eagerly, Brother Zhua, eternal iron is strong enough. Stupid, I'm just trying to save some eternal iron for you. Zhua Changlu expected better from him and said, why are you so ungrateful? Wu Taijiang said. Then tell me. Indeed, he was a little reluctant. It would be better if he changed the material. Well, I remember that you once got the tendon of a one-horned divine dragon. I remember that Pomelo gave it to you back then, right? He wanted to use a whip, but I remember that I stopped him. So it was kept. It's been in your hands all this time, right? Am I right? Zhua Changlu was deep in thought. Wu Taijiang was already dumbfounded, and his entire body stiffened. Zhua Zhanglu said with a gratified look on his face, well, I'm a man of foresight. I've already thought of this many years ago. You can use the flood dragon's tendon and the eternal iron to make the chain. Look, I've saved you a lot of materials. Wu Taijiang was already dumbstruck. After a long while, he quivered and begged, Brother Zhua, that's my trump card. What's your trump card? Zhua Changlu was surprised. When did Pomelo say he was going to give it to you? At that time, I kept it. It was originally mine, okay? His expression immediately turned ugly. You want to embezzle my things. Wu Taijiang had the urge to commit suicide on the spot to atone for his sins. How did it become yours? It's been in my ring for so many years, and I've never been willing to use it. How did it suddenly become yours? However, I wouldn't dare. That's right. Zhou Chonglu said, that dragon tendon is dozens of feet long. After you've made 2 hammers, there will still be 4 or 5 meters left. Brother Zhou. Wu Taijiang bowed and said with tears in his eyes, your nephew said that the chain only needs to be 10 meters long. That dragon tendon is 700 feet long, 210 meters long. If you take away 20 meters, there should be 190 meters left. Why do I only have 4 or 5 meters left? Zhou Chonglu said angrily, Wu Taijiang, you really want to embezzle. My son clearly said that dozens of meters were enough. Then he sighed. You can make a mechanism in the middle. You can swing it 10 meters, or 20 meters, or 30 meters. Isn't that enough? Wu Taijiang's heart ached. How many meters do I need? 50 meters each. A total of 100 meters. I'll leave you 110 meters. That should be enough, right? Zhou Chonglu said angrily, I knew that craftsmen like you usually like to keep good materials from customers. I didn't expect you, Wu Taijiang, to be such a person. Fine, I'll leave you half. Wu Taijiang hung his head dejectedly. Okay. If your nephew wants to use it in the future, he'll come to you for it. Okay. Wu Taijiang made up his mind. After I finish this job, I'll immediately go far away. I'll make sure your family can't find me for the rest of their lives. You want the rest? Dream on. Is there anything else? Wu Taijiang's face was ugly. Yes. There's more. Wu Taijiang's eyes bulged. Zhou Chonglu looked embarrassed. He said, look at your niece's sword. We're only talking about making a sword, but a sword needs a scabbard. Otherwise, it won't be beautiful. Besides, a girl carrying a lightsaber doesn't look good, does she? Your sister-in-law remembers that you seem to have obtained the dark vermilion bird's fur. Dark vermilion bird. That was a mythical beast in the legends. It was only 1 level lower than the legendary phoenix. Because of this, the dark vermilion bird had another name, Ice Phoenix. The scabbard made of ice phoenix feathers was not just a matter of beauty. As long as it was worn, it could absorb the power of the ice attribute between heaven and earth at any time and instill it into the body of the owner. Even if it couldn't hold it, it would wash the meridians over and over again to strengthen the meridians. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure that all ice attribute warriors dreamed of. Countless people only wanted to get an ice phoenix feather and would wake up laughing in their dreams. But here, they wanted to make a scabbard. Wu Taijiang's face twitched. His heart ached to the extreme, and his face changed constantly. Why don't we talk after dinner? I don't dare to promise you anything else, but I have enough good wine. Zhou Chonglu laughed. He thought for a while and left after confirming that there was nothing left. Before he left, he patted Wu Taijiang's shoulder affectionately. Brother, you've worked hard. Wu Taijiang entered the blacksmith shop. He sighed and put the ergotu on the table. He looked at it carefully, unscrewed it and smelled it. He couldn't help but go crazy. Oh my God! It's really an ordinary ergotu. What a loss. If anyone knew that I personally went out to forge, paid the Dark Devil silver, Flood Dragon tendons, Ice Phoenix wings, and Eternal iron, in exchange for a bottle of 30 yuan ergotu, I reckon those people would go crazy. Chapter 196. Slap. With a slap, He cut off the mouth of the bottle and muttered, "No matter what, this is still a wine from 1 meter higher sky. Just this point alone is enough to comfort me for the rest of my life. I can't waste it." He looked up and the bottle of wine started to gurgle. "What kind of wine is this? It's so fucking disgusting." Wu Taijiang wiped his mouth and muttered to himself after finishing a bottle of wine in one go. "Forget it, I have to hurry up and work. These two swords are about to take shape." Sui Xiaoduo and the others returned to second high like a whirlwind. Qin Fangyang was already waiting at the school gate. "What's the hurry? It's a big matter. We're at our wits' end. We can only rely on you, Teacher Qin." Sui Xiaoduo pulled Qin Fangyang and told him everything. "I can only ask you to tear down Long Yuxing's old house tonight, the kind that doesn't leave anything behind. Not only do you have to tear down everything on the ground, even the basement can't be spared." Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. "Sui Xiaoduo, am I your teacher or your hired thug? Can't you find someone else to do this dirty and tiring work?" As a form teacher, he was going to tear down a student's house. Qin Fangyang felt that he might be the first form teacher in history. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would also be the end of the line. He didn't know whether to call him a legendary form teacher or a weirdo. "Teacher Qin, you have to understand that you're not tearing down a house. You're saving a life," Sui Xiaoduo advised with a sincere face. With a thud, Long Yuxing knelt down. "Teacher Qin, please help me. Please go and tear down my house." Sigh. Qin Fangyang was speechless. "Child, you're begging me to tear down your house and even kneeling in front of me. This is too strange, isn't it? You really saw through it. You're not joking." Qin Fangyang frowned and looked serious. "Sui Xiaoduo, you can't joke about this. Teacher Qin, just tell me if you believe in my physiognomy." Sui Xiaoduo looked hurt. "Please believe in your students. In the future, if you really become famous, I reckon that with a student like you, the name Qin Fangyang will definitely go down in history." Qin Fangyang sighed. "I can already imagine what the history books will say about me. What about you? Have students all over the world, the best and only one?" Sui Xiaoduo's interest was aroused. Best and only one person. He was indeed the only one. The history books must have recorded it like this. Back then, Sui Xiaoduo, a heretical demon whose name shook the world, was known for cheating, stealing food, drinking, whoring, gambling, smoking, and committing all kinds of crimes. His first teacher was said to be Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang observed a moment of silence for his foreseeable future and shook his head with a sigh. Sui Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. "Pohahaha, the sole person, the sole person." Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu laughed out loud. After receiving Qin Fangyang's promise, Sui Xiaoduo could finally go home and have dinner in peace. However, Teacher Qin actually looked down on me and slandered my clean and righteous name. This is simply unbearable. Sui Xiaoduo was furious. It was probably because of this grievance that she ate an extra bucket of rice in the evening and was ridiculed by Mother's Wo again. During his cultivation at night, Sui Xiaoduo suppressed his innate qi several times. Well, it had only been one day and he had already suppressed it more than 10 times. How many times did he have to suppress it before it would stop? Sui Xiaoduo was also quite melancholy about this. Teacher Qin only said that the more times he suppressed it, the better. However, he didn't say how many times he had to suppress it. Sui Xiaoduo didn't know that Qin Fangyang didn't expect this at all. For an ordinary person, it was already quite rare to be able to suppress it 3 to 5 times before breaking through to the innate realm. Those who could suppress it 8 to 10 times could be considered as geniuses with a bright future in the whole continent. When these people suppressed their breakthrough, they didn't have to suppress it several times a day. After all, suppressing a breakthrough was equivalent to temporarily cutting off the road ahead. They had to reaccumulate spiritual energy, absorb it, cultivate, and consume it. No matter what, it would only happen once every 10 days or half a month, right? At the very least, in the most ideal situation, it would happen once a week. Who would have thought that a freak like Sua Xiaoduo would be able to suppress the opportunity to break through more than 10 times in a single day? If Qin Fangyang knew about this, he would probably tell Sua Xiaoduo that it was time for him to break through and stop causing trouble. However, Qin Fangyang didn't know at all. How could such a terrifying thing happen? What he could think of. He would ask this kid if he felt like breaking through again after a week. Then, he would analyze the specific situation. This was a more normal situation. 10 times a day. Not to mention 10 times a day, even if it was 10 times a week, it would still be shocking that it was that very night. In the Qinyu building. 4 figures appeared here as if they had appeared out of thin air. Each of them was wearing a wide robe with big sleeves and had an immortal aura. 4 middle-aged men flew in through the window without asking. Junior sister. The 2 men in the lead smiled and greeted her. Hello, senior sister. The other 2 saluted respectfully. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, 7th junior brother, 5th junior brother, you are all here. Mu Yanyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw them. She only felt that the burden on her shoulders had been lifted a lot. You all came together. That's really great. Senior sister Mu, you greeted eldest senior brother and second senior brother first. That's fine, but when you greeted us, why is 7th junior brother in front of me, 5th junior brother? 5th junior brother was a thin middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked dissatisfied. Do you have a problem with me? 5th monkey. Mu Yanyan laughed and scolded, you really don't have a single moment of honesty. If you continue to speak nonsense, see if I don't beat you up. 7th junior brother chuckled. What kind of relationship do I have with senior sister Mu? 5th senior brother, you are far too lacking. Eldest senior brother had a square face with 3 strands of black beard. Smiling, he said, old 5th, old 7th, don't cause trouble. If your senior sister didn't have a big matter, how could she have called us all here? Second senior brother looked much more serious. His face was almost devoid of flesh, and he even looked a little wooden. Clearly, he was normally a very serious person. Junior sister Mu, what exactly is the matter? Mu Yanyan smiled and said, let me first hold a welcoming dinner for senior and junior brothers. Let's go, I have already booked a restaurant. I will let you all have a taste of this world. The 4 disciples looked at each other, their hearts filled with suspicion. Junior sister Mu immediately spoke of welcoming them and did not mention anything important. Clearly, she had some misgivings. Could it be that in this place, they could not even speak? The door opened. Meng Qinyu bounced in. Master, are you going out? Let me send you out. Seeing that there were so many people in the room, she immediately let out a cry of surprise, saying, These. Mu Yanyan smiled, then her face sank and scolded with a smile, naughty. These are your martial uncles and martial uncles. This is eldest martial uncle, this is second martial uncle, this is 5th martial uncle and this is 7th martial uncle. Quickly greet them. Meng Qinyu was given a fright and quickly saluted them one by one. This is the female disciple you accepted in Phoenix City. Sure enough, she is very clever. This is our first meeting. Eldest senior brother laughed and reached into his pocket. Everyone, eat first. If there is anything, we can talk after eating. Mu Yanyan smiled and said, Qinyu, you go practice first. I have not seen your martial uncles and martial uncles for a long time, so we need to properly chat. Don't be naughty. There will be a greeting gift for you. When your senior sister Nyen arrives tomorrow, you too can ask your martial uncles for it. Otherwise, your martial uncles and martial uncles will be embarrassed tomorrow. I will tell you, little girl, your martial uncles and martial uncles all have plenty of good things. Let's see how much you two can pull out tomorrow. Eldest senior brother helplessly smiled and said, looking at this situation, I fear that a large amount of blood will be shed tomorrow. Meng Qinyu leapt up and said, I will immediately tell my senior sister Nyen. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, martial uncles. Goodbye, martial uncles. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. Clearly, she was going to make a call to Zhou Xiaonian. Second senior brother's thin face revealed a trace of doubt. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at Mu Yanyan and said, Junior sister, have you prepared some good wine to entertain us? Just follow me, Yi Zichen said. Mu Yanyan led the way, her face full of joy. Just as they were walking, a ding-dong sound suddenly rang out. A message from Zhou Xiaonian had arrived. Mu Yanyan took out her handphone and looked. Master, I have prepared a new handphone for you. Do you like it? Seeing such an ordinary message, Mu Yanyan's expression changed. She put away her phone and furrowed her brows. Along the way to the hotel, Mu Yanyan asked her senior and junior brothers to order, and then said, I have to make a call. I will be back soon. Junior sister, you are so busy. Eldest senior brother smiled and said, Go, don't tell me. You are in love. Mu Yanyan blushed and said, Senior brother, you are really shameless. She hurried out. High in the sky. Mu Yanyan dialed a new number on her new handphone. On the other side, Zhou Xiaonian also had a new number on her new handphone, so she picked it up. What's the matter? Mu Yanyan asked. Zhou Xiaonian's voice sounded very hurried. Master, just now Xiao Duo read my fortune. He said that my luck has changed again. There is a white tiger coming to my soul. It should be in the southeast. And you are the first to bear the brunt of this disaster, which is a big variable. He himself doesn't know the reason, so he asked me to remind you to be careful. Mu Yanyan's delicate body shook when she heard this, and she almost fell from the clouds. At this moment, she really felt that her mind was blank, and it was hard for her to control herself. After a long time, she said, I know, I will be careful. Then she hung up the phone. Chapter 197. Mu Yanyan stayed in the clouds high in the sky for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he hid his figure in the thicker clouds and mist. He covered his face with his hands and slowly squatted down. At this moment, the great grandmaster who had reached the peak of nascent soul and was half a step into the cloud transformation realm looked like a pitiful and helpless little girl. Because of the arrival of her senior and junior brothers, the joy suddenly turned into infinite fear. The white tiger evil spirit was coming from the southeast. After a long time, Mu Yanyan stood up and turned to look in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction. Kunlun's secret land. Kunlun Taoist mountain. Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yanyan's face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. A sigh resounded through the sky. This night, Mu Yanyan showed unprecedented joy and frequently raised her cup to invite the senior and junior brothers who she had not seen for many years. It seemed that she had endless things to say. However, about Zhou Xiaonian, Zhou Xiaoduo, Feng Shui, Phoenix Vein Soul, she did not mention a single word. Junior sister, didn't you say that one of your disciples is about to break through, and during this period of time, you hoped that we would come here to help protect her? Eldest senior brother's square face flashed a trace of doubt. Tell us about the situation. If it is not a serious situation, why do you need so many of us to protect her? Also, junior sister, you value this disciple very much. Mu Yanyan smiled. This child's aptitude is indeed excellent, and she is the successor I have chosen. She deliberated for a moment in her heart and slowly said, but this time, her breakthrough can't be taken lightly. Why? I now suspect that my successor is born with a phoenix body. And in Phoenix City, there have always been rumors about the phoenix vein. What's more coincidental is that the scheduled time of her breakthrough is almost the same as the legendary day of the phoenix vein soul cleansing. Mu Yanyan's face was heavy, and her voice was heavy, and as far as I know, the 3 sects of the Umno Alliance have already come to Phoenix City. Well, we have already fought many times. In other words, a lot of Umno Alliance elites have gathered in this small town. I suspect that they are here for the Phoenix Pulse Soul. Mu Yanyan looked worried. If I'm alone, I'm not sure at all. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 senior and junior brothers suddenly became heavy. There's actually such a thing. Yes. Mu Yanyan began to explain the situation here in detail. She was neither too optimistic nor too exaggerated. In short, she told him everything that had happened during this period of time without leaving out any details. However, the only thing she didn't mention was the feng shui situation a few days earlier and Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy supernatural power. Even He Yuanyue only mentioned a few words and didn't say anything else. The faces of eldest senior brother and the other 3 became more and more solemn, gradually becoming as gloomy as water. If there really is such a thing, then the Umno Alliance will definitely not allow someone like Spiritual Sense to successfully break through, let alone the matter of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Eldest senior brother sighed softly. I'm afraid this will be a tough battle. Yes, definitely a tough battle. Spiritual Sense's breakthrough this time is already like a bow on the string. It has to be released, but there's no way to counter it. And we naturally can't act rashly and can only passively defend. Mu Yanyan showed a mentally and physically exhausted expression. If you didn't come to help, I really don't know what to do this time. Junior sister, don't worry. Since we're here, we definitely won't let the Umno Alliance succeed. Eldest senior brother said in a low voice. Moreover, Phoenix City is after all a small border city, a small place. Even if the Umno Alliance comes, there won't be too many people, and their overall strength won't be too strong. As long as the city's strength cooperates, there's still a high chance of protecting a little girl to successfully break through. I hope so. Mu Yanyan raised her cup. Today is to wash the dust of senior brother and junior brother. I toast to senior brother and junior brother. Yanyan thanks you here. Thought it was also on this night. Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyue met again in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Meng Group's headquarters. This time, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's faces were heavy, no longer as calm and elegant as before. And in front of them, someone was unfolding the map of Phoenix City. The map in front of them was a projection of the huge Phoenix City, not missing a single detail. Sometimes it was near and far, and sometimes it was near and far. Meng Chentian stood in front of the projection, looking at it in a trance. Behind him, there were more than 10 people. Among them, the 4 people who had stopped Zhou Xiaoduo the other day were among them. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them had an ancient face and a faint aura of Tao. Most of them were wearing long robes, and a few of them were holding compasses, rulers, and other things in their hands. Everyone was carefully watching the projection. Everyone, please take a look. Meng Chentian said slowly, probably in one night, the mountains on both sides have been secretly moved by someone. The original Wenshui East, with a ribbon around the waist, has now become the Wenshui West. Everyone, please take a look. Is there any explanation behind this? Meng Qintian's handsome face was still calm and elegant, calm and unhurried. More than 10 Qi watchers, each of them put in a serious attitude. Some of them even began to use their hands to draw in the void and began to calculate. Some of them drew lines in the void, their lips moving as they muttered. Meng Tianyue said, "Everyone, please pay more attention because this Wen Shui is related to the Feng Shui Lake of our Ning and Meng families. If the water suddenly flows in the opposite direction, will it break the original intention of the Feng Shui?" More than a dozen Feng Shui masters stared at the projection. After a long time, someone finally shook his head with a puzzled expression and said, "The flow of water is against the trend and changed direction. According to Feng Shui common sense, it is indeed an ominous sign. However, after repeated observation, there is no difference from before. Also, there is no sign of Feng Shui related to this." As soon as this person spoke, the others followed suit. "Indeed, I do not feel any influence. The two sides are originally balanced. Going east and going west, the result is the same. There is no difference. That's right, I also do not feel any mysterious changes in the inside. It doesn't matter, ... Everyone spoke in unison and said that it did not matter. Meng Qintian's face finally turned gloomy and said, "Everyone, please take a good look again. Just last night, I felt unusually uncomfortable. And the source of this discomfort, I feel that there is a change in the two mountains. It is also because of this that I can quickly detect that the water flow has changed." The group of Qi watchers looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Brother Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Meng, do not worry. Young Master Meng, you feel that there is something strange. It is probably difficult for us to see through the projection. After all, the projection is just a projection. There is no luck or momentum to speak of. We still need to do a detailed investigation to make a conclusion." He paused and said, "However, in fact, young Master Meng's discomfort may not necessarily be related to the water flow. No matter who it is inevitable that they will feel uncomfortable when they wake up and find that the environment they are used to has changed." Meng Qintian thought and said, "Is it? Could it be that they put in so much effort just to do something useless?" This question made the dozens of Qi watchers look at each other again. They did not know whether to agree or disagree. Yes, to put in so much effort to form such a big change, at least a few nascent soul powerhouses had to be mobilized to change the mountains and rivers, and change the flow to the reverse. Only then could such a change be made in one night. And such a change was actually useless. It really couldn't be justified. Ning Suifeng said, "Let's go over and do a detailed investigation first." Meng Tianyue frowned and said, "Chen Tian, go on behalf of me." "Yes, father." Meng Chen Tian agreed and went out with a few Qi watchers and Ning Suifeng. Before Ning Suifeng went out, he suddenly thought of something and stopped at the door. He turned his head and said, "Brother Meng, don't you want to go and see for yourself?" Meng Tianyue smiled and said, "It is enough to have you go. I am just taking a break. Besides, ever since I was robbed in the sky last time, I have never gone up to the sky." Ning Suifeng shook his head and laughed, You. He jumped and left. Several invisible and traceless auras followed him like a few gusts of cool breeze. For a moment, more than 20 people stood in the sky and looked down. Meng Qintian felt that this place was too close to the headquarters of the Meng's group, so he retreated a bit and moved up another 100 feet. More than a dozen Qi watchers steadied themselves and started to move at the same time. After a long time, Brother Feng was the first to speak. It was obvious that he had the highest status among these people. "It is really strange, but there is no effect." Brother Feng pointed to the front and said, "Look, the building of the Meng's group is located on the line of the earth veins. It is connected to the heavens above and the earth veins below. Fortune comes from all directions and wind blows from all directions. It can be said to be the best feng shui layout. Whether it is gathering wealth, power, or strength, it is easy and successful. It is also where the ancestral tomb of the Ning family is located, forming a yin and a yang. They complement each other. One high and one low, one yin and one yang. It is precisely the gathering of all the fortune of the local area here. As for the mountains in the distance, whether it changes or not, I feel that it has nothing to do with the feng shui layout here. Brother Feng pointed out with an imposing manner, look, the surroundings of Phoenix City is actually a huge feng shui formation. It has already formed its own system. Whether it is to the east or the west, there is a lot of flowing water. It is endless. As for the Wenshui River, whether it is to the east or the west, it is still a cycle formed by this feng shui formation. The power of feng shui in the entire Phoenix City area has not decreased at all. The rest of the Qi Watchers said in unison and nodded their heads, Brother Feng is right. That's what we think too. Chapter 198. Meng Qintian's face darkened as he looked at them one by one. Slowly, he asked, is there really no effect? No change at all? Yes. Brother Feng said seriously, young Master Meng, I can guarantee it with my career. A few of the more experienced ones looked around and said, at least on the surface, there really isn't any effect. Brother Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, yes, on the surface, there is no harm. On a deeper level, the Meng conglomerates and the Ning family's fortunes could be said to be the two central points of the entire Phoenix City. No matter where the luck comes from, it will be attracted to these two families. As long as there is no change in the earth vein, the feng shui of the two families will be as stable as a rock. Then, he nodded and said, young Master Meng, the one who looked at the feng shui of your two families back then was a great master. The other Qi diviners did not have any doubts about this. They said, yes, the one who set up the feng shui for you is a great master of feng shui. There is no doubt about this. In the entire Central Plains, there are not many people who can set up such an excellent and almost indestructible feng shui. That's right. With the heaven and earth as the layout, the mountains and rivers as the foundation, and the earth as the foundation, yin and yang as the foundation. It's amazing, really amazing. We have always thought highly of ourselves, but after seeing this layout today, we know that there is always someone better than us. We are far inferior. Meng Qintian's eyes relaxed a little, but for some reason, he still felt that his heart was heavy, and his heart was not at ease. Ning Suifeng, on the other hand, was relieved. He stroked his beard and smiled. Meng Qintian said, if we want to break our feng shui, how do we do it? This feng shui has reached perfection. It is not impossible to break this feng shui, but it is too difficult. A Qi diviner who looked to be in his 50s said, there is a double problem, one internal and one external. Therefore, in my opinion, the backflow of the Wen River is an attempt to break your feng shui array. It is also the external solution that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it is futile and difficult to do. Meng Qintian hurriedly asked, Master, please enlighten us. What is the key and how to prevent it? The Qi diviner thought for a while and said, the most direct way is to eliminate all the mountains on either side. Then, the natural feng shui, Phoenix City will be broken, and all the related luck will flow out. Since your families are in Phoenix City, there is no exception. But no one dares to do this method. This was because it involved the fate of millions of people. No matter who did it, they would definitely suffer the most extreme backlash. Absolutely no one can bear the extreme feng shui of the feng shui of feng shui's feng shui, of the generations. Therefore, the person who broke the situation was at best just playing a borderline ball on changing the flow of the water. It is impossible to completely destroy the situation. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why the feng shui situation was not affected at all. Meng Qintian nodded slowly. He looked into the distance and finally calmed down. He said, "Master, you mentioned the internal and external solution. Even if the external solution cannot be broken, what if it is broken from the inside? It is also impossible to break from the inside. The way to break from the inside is to demolish the entire Meng's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral tombs. And do both at the same time. But this method is even more difficult than breaking from the outside. Not only will you not allow it, most of the people in Phoenix City will not allow it. Even if the king of the Central Plains comes to demolish it personally, he will not be able to do it. I believe young Master Meng understands this better than anyone." The Qi diviner smiled bitterly and said, "So, this is a feng shui array that no one can break. No matter if it is from the inside or the outside, no one can break it." Meng Qintian murmured, "A feng shui array that no one can break." He finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Everyone, if you are sure there are no other problems, let's go to the headquarters for tea. There will be some gifts for you later. Please. Don't mind. Young Master Meng, you are too polite." Everyone smiled and thanked him. Everyone was beaming. Looking at the guards leading the Qi diviners away, Meng Qintian pulled Ning Suifeng and said, "Uncle Ning?" "Yes. I still feel a little uneasy. Since someone did such a big thing, why did he end up with a useless outcome? If it were you or me, we would not be satisfied either, right? So I suspect that there is something fishy about this. If we can't figure it out, I will not be at ease. You see," Meng Qintian said in a low voice, "should we ask Blind Hong to come out and take a look?" Ning Suifeng frowned and thought for a while. He said softly, "Qintian, aren't you worrying too much?" Meng Qintian took a breath and said, "After all, this concerns the foundation of both our families. It is hard to be at ease." Ning Suifeng smiled and said, "Since the feng shui arrays of both our families are not destroyed, it is a great thing. What else is there to be worried about?" Meng Qintian looked at Ning Suifeng in shock. He was speechless in his heart. He should not have discussed with him. He was not even considering the same thing that he smiled and said, "Since Uncle Ning said so, I am relieved." Ning Suifeng laughed and left. He turned around, still smiling, but his eyes were cold. He thought to himself, "Want to swallow it all in one go? The appetite of the Meng family is too big." Then he thought, Meng Qintian is right. After spending so much effort, it is useless. If it were anyone else, they would not be satisfied. If it were me, I would be even more unwilling. There must be something fishy about this. It seems that I have to secretly find Blind Hong and take a look at the ancestral grave. But who is the one in charge of the Meng family group? Why do I feel that Meng Qintian's power is not inferior to Meng Tianyue's? Ning Suifeng laughed and entered the headquarters of the Meng family group. "Brother Meng, we are overthinking this time. It is not a big deal. The feng shui of both our families is impregnable and safe. It is very good." Meng Tianyue was leisurely drinking by himself. He turned his head and said, "Brother Ning, you have worked hard." Almost at the same time, another group of people rushed into the sky. They looked at the aura around Phoenix City. Those Qi watchers in Phoenix City have been invited by the Meng family and the Ning family. It seems that these two families are still very concerned about their own fate. "Yes, Elder Gu, come and take a look at the influence of the Wenshui flowing west. Or rather, is there any effect on the Phoenix veins? almost all the people who came later had their faces covered by the clouds. Only this elder Gu showed his face clearly because he wanted to observe the situation. His hair was white, but he was hale and hearty. At this moment, he was seriously looking at the situation of the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were serious. The change of east and west and the wen shui flowing in reverse should have a great impact on the inherent feng shui. But why does it look like there is no effect on the surface? It is really strange. Yes, in the south. There is a sudden fire. The fire is very fierce and it is injecting energy into the phoenix veins. As the saying goes, the phoenix is reborn from the fire. But why is there a fire in the south? That is the tail of the phoenix. Speaking of this, the faces of the people who were hidden in the clouds and mist turned ugly. Speaking of this fire, it was really too unexpected. It unexpectedly reached home. Who would have thought that the death of a few students during the trial would trigger a chain reaction and eventually cause such a big matter? It even made use of the blacklist and put the bounty on the top, causing thousands of people to kill them. Originally, at this stage, it was already very strange. It could not be done without money. But in the end, that Shin Yushu really did not know what was wrong with his brain. He set a big fire without any warning and burned down the Phoenix Tail Mountain. And this was also the root cause of the current drastic change. Ignorance is really terrible. Setting a fire. What use was it for a nascent soul stage expert? And for this accident, the people of the Umno Alliance only felt that they were fucked up. After all, the Umno Alliance experts in Phoenix City confirmed this information. Almost collectively, they exploded. They were about to find trouble with Shin Yushu to vent their anger, but they were stunned to see that Shin Yushu had sent his own family's head to the Meng family. And it was cut off. Immediately after, the whole family was uprooted. The whole family was exterminated. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not even an inch of grass was left. The actions of the Meng family and the Ning family were so sharp and fast. They were so ruthless and vicious that it was even more extreme than the actions of the Umno Alliance. This was simply fucking a complete mess. They could not even find a target to vent their anger. This matter, cough cough, is really purely a coincidence. It is a pure natural accident. It is not targeted. In the clouds, a voice said with some speechlessness. Fortunately, our previous arrangements were thorough. As far as the current situation is concerned, the impact on the Phoenix vein is not very big. The established plan for the Phoenix Pulse spirit can still be carried out according to the original rhythm. Old Gus said lightly, but because of the impact of this fire, the Phoenix vein has increased to a certain extent. So, originally, it was 100% impossible to fly. Now, it has become a slight hope to fly. Everyone must not be the slightest bit careless about this. Everyone was speechless. They did not know how many years of arrangements they had made. If it was destroyed by this bastard's fire and buried in a complete accident, it would be really fucked up. They would be so aggrieved that they would vomit blood and die. However, that little hope of taking off is only a little. The reversal of the two mountains did not cause any major changes in the end. It has nothing to do with the grand plan. However, in the following days, we need to keep a close eye on them and see if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Tricks? What do you mean? Old Go looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him and said, in addition to the general trend of heaven and earth, Chi Watchers will also use some props to arrange the feng shui. If we are not careful, the other party may still turn the tables. So, we must not take it lightly. After all, most of these props are very small objects. They are not easy to be discovered. Old Ge's words made everyone fall into deep thought. We must ask for monthly votes. Brothers, at the end of the month, give us some. Chapter 199. Then, Elder Gu, can you find these items? I can't. Elder Gu shook his head honestly. I'm ashamed. I'm not at that level yet. Then, who can? Someone asked. If it's just us, the scope is too big. Secondly, we're not experts in this field. We don't even know what the target is. It's very possible that the item is right in front of us, but we'll still miss it. Elder Gu thought for a while and said, as far as I know, there are only 3 people in this world who can find it. The first is General Dong Fong of the Sun Moon Pass. The second is Master Dao Zhen of the capital city. The third is the one from the Umno Alliance. The others all smiled bitterly. It was impossible for these 3 people to come. Elder Gu sighed and said, it's a pity that Blind Hong is blind. If his eyes were still intact, he would be able to find it. But he would definitely lose his life. Blind Hong. Someone repeated softly, deep in thought. That night, around 3:00 in the morning, a sword light soared into the sky, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air as it sped toward the Long Manor. It was the quietest moment of the night, so no one noticed this abnormality. And behind this sword light, there was a person shrouded in black. Only a pair of eyes could be seen outside, shining brightly. It's here. In a split second, the sword light shone brilliantly and fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom boom. The sword light drilled into the ground and then rose from the other side. A huge amount of true yuan exploded. Many of the houses in the Long family's manor, which was only a few dozen mu in size, were sent flying 7 to 8 meters into the air before crashing down with a loud boom. Instantly, they were torn apart. The originally sturdy buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Who's there? Bastard! Angry shouts were mixed with a series of screams. Dozens of lights soared into the sky from the ruins of the Long Manor. Everyone's face was filled with anger. The black-clothed man in the air snorted. His long sword did not stop and continued to swing. More than 100 sword lights fell in a fan shape and forcefully embedded into the ruins. The few remaining intact houses were also destroyed. With another loud boom, the only remaining basement collapsed, and the entire Long family's manor collapsed. Exclamations, curses, and screams filled the air. In the air, a dozen or so Long family members had already surrounded the black-clothed man and shouted angrily, "Which scoundrel is this? You dare to make an enemy out of my Long family?" The man in black in the air was startled for a moment. His voice was very strange as he called out, "What? Long family? How could it be the Long family?" A vigilant old man from the Long family was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What do you mean by that?" If not for the fact that the other party was a top-notch expert, even if the entire Long clan were to gather all of their manpower and surround him, they would still not be able to kill him. The black-clothed man in the air was clearly astonished. He asked in astonishment, "Is this really the Long family? If it's not the Long family, then where is it?" The old man was furious. "Who exactly are you?" The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he suddenly said apologetically, "Then I'm really sorry, I found the wrong place." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It was obvious that he had been disguised. However, this sentence made all of the Long family members so angry that their lungs were swollen. Damn it! Found the wrong place. Found the wrong place to seek revenge. What kind of statement was this? The black-clothed man said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I actually found the wrong target. Forget it, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family." After saying that, he cupped his hands and turned into a sword light. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. The Long family's old man was so angry that he covered his chest and coughed. The other dozen or so Long family members all stomped their feet and cursed at the sky. They were really crazy with anger. The whole family was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, an unexpected disaster came out of nowhere. The entire courtyard of the old house was razed to the ground in an instant. The house they lived in was turned into broken bricks. Even the bed, wardrobe, and all the other facilities were crushed into powder by a sword. Even the toilet bowl was broken, and many safes were split into two. The secret room collapsed, and the basement was completely destroyed. In the end, the person who came said one sentence. Misunderstanding. They found the wrong person. I'm really sorry. Sorry your head. The most infuriating thing was, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family. Who the hell wants to form good karma with you? Who the hell are you? Long Yusheng stood in the ruins in his pajamas. He looked at the sky and was excited in his heart. Waha, awesome, awesome. He demolished it just like that. It took less than a minute. He's really an almighty. It's too satisfying. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and treat the injured. Old Master Long roared in the air as soon as he regained consciousness. The whole family immediately got busy. After a round of investigation, they were stunned again. Other than a few unlucky people who were hit by the collapsed house, the rest were not injured at all. After all, they were a martial arts family. Even if they were hit, it was not a big deal. The house. None of them can still be lived in. The people are all fine. Long Yusheng's father felt that this result was inconceivable. This is really fucking dog shit luck. That sword light that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth plowed back and forth in his house several times, but not a single person was injured. This is a great fortune in misfortune. The old man immediately instructed, eldest, second, third, you guys, quickly organize people to move your family. Fourth, hurry up and contact the hotel. Everyone moves to the hotel. The few of you, put away the things in the treasury and safes. Everyone from your family is not allowed to touch them. Everyone, move to the hotel. The old man's composure was not bad. He did not panic in the face of danger and commanded in an orderly manner. Father, then. This black-clothed man. The eldest son of the Long family, Long Yusheng's uncle, asked hesitantly. There's no black-clothed man. The old man glared. With his cultivation, if he wants to destroy our family, it's really just a matter of raising his hand. Do you still want to take revenge? He said that it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding. If the strong find trouble with us, then it's our bad luck. If he wants to form a good relationship with us, then it's our luck. You're an adult, don't you understand this? But we don't even know who that person is. How can we form a good relationship? Fool, if you know who he is, do you think that our family will still be alive? Seeing that the others were about to speak, the old man waved his hand. This matter is settled. No more talking. Hurry up and get to work. Fifth, after you're done, contact the construction team and ask them to come over and rebuild the house. Yes. The old man floated to the ground and came to Long Yusheng's side. He sighed. Sigh, everything has its own way. Didn't Yusheng's classmates say that our family will be in trouble during this period of time? He asked us to move out and hide. Now it seems that he was right. It's just that we were blinded by lard and didn't accept his kindness. Sigh. The old man was very regretful. Tonight, something like this happened. It's tantamount to reminding us that in this world, there are some things that we can choose not to believe, but there are some things that we have to believe. Yuxing. Your grandson is here. Prepare a generous gift tomorrow and send it to your classmate. You must be sincere and sincere. The old man sighed. By the way, ask him if he's still willing to help our family. If we want to rebuild the house, how to do it better. The disciple of the old principal, He Yuanyue, is indeed extraordinary. The old man sighed. His face was full of admiration, but there was also a hint of disappointment. It seemed that after this incident, the old man had changed from a complete distrust of Master's ability to the point of being a die-hard fan. Long Yuxing opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say no, he thought that it wasn't right and swallowed his words. Sigh. All right, I'll let that guy take advantage of me this time. Since I'm really in danger, it makes sense to give him a thank you gift. However, the truth of the destruction of the house this time must not be leaked out. If his parents and grandfather knew that the person who destroyed his house was actually someone that he had painstakingly begged. Long Yuxing instantly shuddered. If that was the case, then he would basically bid farewell to this magnificent life. Oh, Buddha said, it must not be said, it must not be said. The night in the old Long's house passed by in a hubbub. Make sure to move everything that can be moved away. The old man of the Long family could be said to be once bitten, twice shy. Choose a hotel. Don't stay in the upper floors. Our family will stay there for a year and a half. We'll come back after the reconstruction is done. The stone in Long Yuxing's heart was finally lifted. After everything is settled, Yuxing, you must make an appointment with your classmate. Our family will treat him to a good meal. Let's get to know each other well and thank him. Long Yuxing repeatedly agreed. The sky was bright. God knows how busy all the high-ranking people in Phoenix City were on this day. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. Phone calls were made one after another. People from all over the country were looking for the chi-gazing technique. They didn't want the most awesome chi-gazing technique, only the most awesome chi-gazing technique. People from the No Alliance were looking. People from the Meng family were also looking. People from the Ning family were still looking. There were also a few families who somehow got wind of the news and followed the crowd to look for the chi-gazing technique. As a result, Governor Wan Pingyuan, for the first time, told his daughter who was about to go to school, Xiao, wait a moment. What's the matter? Well, your classmate. Wan Pingyuan considered his words carefully. Daughter, you must maintain a good relationship with him. If it's convenient, you can bring him home for a meal. Dad also has something to ask. Do you think the nascent soul transformation realm is cabbage? After Jiang Zhongbin finished speaking, he took the microphone away from his ear. After the other side finished speaking, he said slowly, don't think that I don't know. Your brother came back to visit his family not long ago. He's now in Phoenix City. Your brother, General Sun, is a standard nascent soul transformation realm cultivator. He just came back from the battlefield. Whether it's strength or reliability, he's suitable. Jiang Zhongbin said, otherwise, do you think I'll call you casually? I'm in charge of Star Shield. If I don't even know this, how can I survive? Bureau Chief Sun said angrily, my brother only has 10 days of vacation this time. On the way back, he lost 2 days. He just got home the day before yesterday. It's already been 5 days. You still want to work hard? Are you still a human? Jiang Zhongbin begged, Brother Monkey, I'm really in trouble. If there's any other way, I won't call you. Isn't your brother my brother? I don't want to trouble him. But the problem is that I really don't know what to do. You're my brother. Are you going to help me or not? On the other side, Sun Fengho hesitated and said, well, I'll tell my brother later. But I can't guarantee success. Jiang Zhangbin begged again, Brother Monkey, I may die tonight. Bureau Chief Sun scolded, you only know how to take advantage of my sympathy. It's true. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath and said seriously, think about it. I've already put aside my face to ask our brother. What kind of trouble would I encounter? This level of battle. Alas. Monkey, I'm going to die soon. Remember to take good care of my mother for me. She's our mother. Bureau Chief Sun finally became serious. Is it really that serious? It's worse than that. Okay. Then I'll go back to my brother now. Bureau Chief Sun sighed and said, even if I kneel down and kowtow to him, I promise to invite him to you. Okay. Thank you. Jiang Zhangbin put down the phone with a heavy face and then smiled, wahahaha. I know this guy is easily persuaded. Sure enough, he can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Damn, there's another nascent soul expert. Well, where can I find more experts? The governor's mansion is definitely not possible. The city guards. Forget it. I'm worried. If. Jiang Zhangbin thought for a long time and finally put down the phone. Forget it, I can't take any more risks. Even if I can't invite anyone, I can make do with my current overall strength. If I blindly look for people and find a spy, I'll be a complete idiot. Jiang Zhangbin frowned and sat on the office chair. In Star Shield, there are still 3 nascent soul experts, but I don't dare to use one of them. 11 Inner Core Realm. But these 11 Inner Core Realm experts don't mean much to this battle. Then only 1 high-level nascent soul expert and 1 mid-level nascent soul expert. Plus the 2 that the old principal sent me, 1 from Monkey Sun, 2 from Star Shield, 2 high-level nascent soul experts from the Dragon Blood team, plus Mu Yanyan and Qiu. That's 9 people. With 9 people working together, can't we take down one? As he was thinking, there was a whoosh sound in front of him. Mu Yanyan in white descended from the sky, Bureau Chief Jiang. It's like this. Jiang Zhangbin spoke and exchanged greetings as he took Mu Yanyan to the secret room. There will be others coming in a while. I'll explain the general situation first. This time, we're dealing with a Star Lord. Mu Yanyan was shocked when she heard this. Was it necessary to place so big? Star Lord. Was it possible? Why would a Star Lord come to Phoenix City? When? Tonight. Even our own people have just confirmed this time. The other party can't have known earlier. Only then can we ensure that we catch them off guard and succeed in one fell swoop. As soon as Jiang Zhangbin sat down, he said anxiously, Teacher Mu, this time it's very dangerous. I heard that several of your senior and junior brothers came to Phoenix City yesterday. Mu Yanyan was stunned. This. Jiang Zhangbin said sincerely, Teacher Mu, for Phoenix City. Please invite your senior and junior brothers to come with us and participate in this grand undertaking. Mu Yanyan suddenly felt embarrassed. Cui Xiaonian's warning yesterday sounded in her heart again. There's a white tiger evil spirit coming from the southeast. And for this tribulation, you're the first to bear the brunt. This is a big variable. For a moment, Mu Yanyan was full of bitterness. That white tiger evil spirit. Was it referring to them? Chapter 201. Mu Yanyan was lost in thought. Last night, after reuniting with her senior and junior fellow apprentices, she didn't find any problems. Everything was the same as before. They were still kind and relaxed. Teacher Mu. Jiang Zhangbin urged. This. Mu Yanyan had a difficult expression on her face as she said, Chief Jiang, I shouldn't have rejected your request, but now I'm afraid that if something happens to my fellow disciples, the plan will be ruined. Hey, what are you talking about? Jiang Zhangbin said, they are all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes? Mu Yanyan was shocked by this sentence. She thought, yes, they are all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes on them? The White Tiger Evil Spirit. Maybe it doesn't mean my senior and junior fellow apprentices. Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed and better. There should be other enemies. In the southeast, there may not only be the Kunlun Taoist sect. The southeast is a big place. Teacher Mu. Jiang Zhangbin said, as we all know, the Kunlun Taoist sect and the Umno Alliance are mortal enemies. This time, we are dealing with the Umno Alliance. Teacher Mu, no matter what, you have to help me. Mu Yanyan was still weighing in her heart. After a long time, Mu Yanyan gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, okay. I will tell my senior fellow apprentices later. At the same time, there was a voice quietly in her heart, I can use this battle to confirm whether it is true or not. Although I am sure it is not true, and I don't want them to be true, but I am still worried. If there is any mistake in this battle, when Xiao Nian breaks through, there will always be more precautions, and it will be safer. Compared with that, Xiao Nian's breakthrough is more important. Of course, they are all right, which is the best result. Jiang Zhangbin was overjoyed and said, thank you, Teacher Mu. I believe that in this way, our action will be more foolproof. He counted with his fingers. The number of people he had gathered today had reached 13 nascent soul masters. With such a lineup, he had great confidence in defeating them no matter what. Okay. Jiang Zhangbin said, then it's decided. We'll start the operation tonight. Not long after, the others arrived one after another. Jiang Zhangbin gave them a brief introduction of today's mission. After that, Jiang Zhangbin gathered everyone together. In order for the big event to go smoothly, let's not move around. Let's wait here for tonight's activity. All right. Everyone was able to see the big picture, so they all agreed readily without any objections. Then, everyone gathered together and began to deduce the battle situation. He deduced every position, every method, and every battle formation. It's not a big problem. Han Song pondered, as long as the information is true, his current cultivation is at most at the beginning of the cloud transformation stage. Reaching the middle of the cloud transformation stage is already a miracle. It shouldn't be a problem if we take him down. All right. Dusk. Jiang Zhangbin changed into casual clothes, left Star Shield, and went to the governor's mansion. Is Grand Master Shang here? Jiang Zhangbin asked the guard of the governor manor. It seems to be here. I'm looking for him. Jiang Zhangbin laughed, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. It's been really tiring. Amidst the laughter, he swaggered in. Shang Qingyun was directing a group of guards to deal with the miscellaneous items in the courtyard. She had a thin figure, white hair, and sunken eyes. She looked very haggard. She stood with her hands behind her back, cold and cheerless. Brother Shang. Teacher Shang. Jiang Zhangbin almost ran all the way there and laughed. Busy? Shang Qingyun turned her head, and a smile appeared on her face that looked like an air-dried orange peel. Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang, why are you so free today? After working for so long, I can finally take a break. Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of melancholy. The moment they met, he started to complain, Teacher Shang, Phoenix City is such a small border town. Why are there so many things happening recently? I've been so busy these few days that my head is about to explode. Shang Qingyun smiled faintly, as if the wrinkles on her face were pulled. She still had one hand behind her back and said, "Which city doesn't have many things to do?" "Chief Jiang, this is the world of mortals. As long as a person is alive, there will be endless things to do and endless worries to worry about. Elder Shang is right. It's a famous saying." Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, "That's why I'm finally free today. Didn't I rush over? I specially came to ask if the governor is free. Is he free today?" "The governor seems to have something to do and went out." Shang Qingyun said faintly, "I heard. Something happened at the Long family's manor." "That's fine. They already said it was a misunderstanding. The Long family can be considered a big deal in our Phoenix City. How can they attract the attention of a soul transformation cultivator?" Jiang Zhangbin was a little disappointed. However, the Long family is still the governor's daughter by marriage. "I'm afraid they'll have to eat dinner before coming back." Shang Qingyun smiled, "I guessed so too. I finally wanted to drink tonight. Coincidentally, the governor isn't here. It seems like the heavens have given Brother Shang a day off. Let's go, follow me." Shang Qingyun frowned and said, "This is my duty. How can I go out so easily? Whether the governor is here or not is not an excuse. I can't not do anything." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, "Teacher Shang, Brother Shang's duty, TSK, let's not talk about it. Anyway, you have to accompany me for a drink tonight. Otherwise, I won't let you go." "I really can't." Shang Qingyun's expression didn't change. She said, "I have to guard the governor's manor. I can't go out. Chief Jiang, you should find someone else." Jiang Zhangbin sighed and said, "I apologize to Brother Shang. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked the governor the moment I arrived. This is all my fault. I should have directly asked Brother Shang out for a drink. Brother Shang is a magnanimous person, please don't be angry with me." Shang Qingyun was angry. "I really didn't mean that." "If you didn't mean that, does that mean you agreed?" Jiang Zhangbin pulled Shang Qingyun and walked out. "I was afraid that I had offended you just now. I didn't even go out for a drink. I used to be quite straightforward." Shang Qingyun was speechless. "You didn't do that before." Sigh, who cares if he was straightforward or not? "Anyway, Brother Shang, you have to give me some face today. I finally wanted to drink some wine, but there's no one to accompany me. Don't you think this is infuriating? I have prepared 300 years of drunk plum blossom." As Jiang Zhangbin pulled Shang Qingyun out, he yelled, "You people, you're all good at work. Don't slack off. Even if you slack off, don't get caught. I've dragged your head chief out for a drink. You're on your own now. Those who need to sleep, go to sleep. Those who need to skip work and go home to see their wives, go see your wives. I can only help you to this point. I can't do more." Shang Qingyun was speechless as she was dragged away. She shook her head and sighed. "Chief Jiang, I really have something to do. 300 years of drunk plum blossom. I have prepared 10 bottles." Jiang Zhangbin stopped and raised 4 fingers. "Tonight, we will only drink 4 bottles. As for the remaining 6 bottles, I will bring them all back for you." "What do you want?" Don't give me that. Let me ask you, am I a good friend? Am I a good friend?" Jiang Zhangbin raised his head proudly. "Brother Shang, my face is in your hands. Either you give me face or you give me a slap in return. I will turn around and leave immediately." Shang Qingyun was at a loss. "Chief Jiang, you..." "It's fine, come on. I will turn around and leave with a slap." I will not look for you to drink in the future. Even if you invite me to drink, I will not come. How about it? Let's cut off all ties and never talk to each other again. Jiang Zhangbin stretched out his face. Brother Shang, Brother Shang. Come. Do you want to fight? If you don't want to fight, then accompany me for a drink. If you fight, then I will slap you. Shang Qingyun finally relented helplessly and smiled bitterly. I have long heard that Chief Jiang of Star Shield is a rascal. I did not expect this rascal to stick to me today. Forget it, let's go, I will accompany you for a drink. Sigh, this is my good brother. Jiang Zhangbin laughed loudly and puffed out his chest. Everyone in front, move aside. What are you looking at? I am talking about you, and you, and you, and you. All of you move aside. The chief executive is out on patrol, whoever he bumps into will be unlucky. Shang Qingyun frowned and followed behind him. Her face was full of helplessness. Keep your voice down. I am happy today, so I must be loud. I will say this even in front of the governor. Jiang Zhangbin looked up and laughed. This life is too bitter, too tiring, too troublesome. When is the best time? It is when to drink. Wine is a treasure that has existed for thousands of years. Brother Shang, do you know why wine is an ancient treasure? Shang Qingyun smiled. I would like to hear Chief Jiang's wise words. Before I drank wine, I was just a small bureau chief. No matter who I saw, I had to nod and bow my head. But, I had to do it for you. After drinking wine. Jiang Zhangbin laughed loudly. Don't talk about Star Shield. Phoenix City, Central Plains. Ha ha ha, even Astral Souls is mine. Mine. Shang Qingyun finally could not help but laugh. Chief Jiang, you are really a sentimental person. Of course, otherwise, how can I be friends with Brother Shang? Jiang Zhangbin smiled and suddenly became serious. Brother Shang, we have known each other for a long time. What do you think of me when you first met me? What kind of person do you think I, Jiang Zhangbin, am? When we first met. Shang Qingyun could not help but be brought back to her memories. Her gaze was distant as she said. That should be 19 years ago, right? Yes, it was a spring 19 years ago. It was an unusually cold spring and it was snowing. We met in the snow for the first time. When I saw you, I felt that the big brother of my life was here. What about you? Jiang Zhangbin recalled and asked with a smile. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. But what exactly did he forget? Before Jiang Zhangbin could think about it, Shang Qingyun had already entered. Jiang Zhangbin didn't have time to think about what he had forgotten. He began to serve her attentively to ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. But that inexplicable feeling in his heart was still lingering. What exactly did I forget? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Jiang Zhangbin suddenly remembered. He slapped his thigh and said involuntarily, "It's bad, it's bad." Shang Qingyun couldn't help but feel puzzled. She looked up and asked, "What's bad?" Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of regret. He sighed and said, "It's bad." He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Previously, in order to be safe, he had asked the old principal to take a look at his qi, hoping to have a rough estimate of the results of this battle. The old principal recommended Zhuo Xiaoduo and was full of praise for him. And he had been so busy gathering the manpower for this battle that he didn't even have time to eat. He had forgotten to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo to take a look at his qi and physiognomy. The old principal had clearly reminded him of this several times. He actually forgot. But now, he was facing Shang Qingyun. At this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. How could he not release it? It was too late. I only thought about drinking and forgot that I still have something to deal with in the station. Jiang Zhangbin forced a smile, but it's already so late. I can only forget about it. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Come, Brother Shang, let's have another round. But he was still sighing in his heart. What should he do about this? Suddenly, he felt uneasy just as Shang Qingyun and Jiang Zhangbin began to drink. Sui Xiaoduo's family also started to eat. Sister Nian, did you remind Teacher Mu? Yes, I did. I said it several times. Well, that's good. Teacher Qin had repeatedly said that the more innate meridians unblocking, the better it would be for the body, and the more foundation one would accumulate. As he thought of this, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared and suppressed all the agitated spiritual qi back into his dantian. The moment this torment came to an end, Sui Xiaoduo suddenly felt relaxed. He grabbed the steamed bun again and ate it crazily. His eating speed was even faster than before. Sui Xiaonian's eyes were curved as she held a bowl of porridge. She was eating the porridge one spoonful at a time. A few strands of hair fell down, reflecting on her delicate and almost transparent cheeks. She stared at the porridge and thought to herself, I'm not going to tell him that I only suppressed it 7 or 8 times in total. Let this kid hold it in. Anyway, the longer he holds it in, the better. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you very much. Chapter 203. By the way, Nian Cat, have you reached the breakthrough point? Sui Xiaoduo asked. I reached it a long time ago. I reached it a few months ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have planned to break through earlier. Sui Xiaonian was a little distressed. Ha! In the past few months, every time my vital qi surged to break through, it would mysteriously end without any effect and then return to my dantian. Sui Xiaonian looked at Sui Xiaoduo and smiled. Mine is much easier than yours. Because I don't need to control it at all, it will return to my dantian on its own. Then, the capacity of my dantian will naturally expand due to the counterforce. Waiting for the next breakthrough, I will hone it again and again, endlessly and continuously. Sui Xiaoduo said enviously, you are at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Do you still need to accumulate so much to break through to the origin elixir realm? How many times have you broken through now? Not many. Sui Xiaonian smiled. In the past few months, I have only broken through about 20 times. When I can really break through, it will probably be about 40 times. 40 times. Hearing this number, Sui Xiaoduo was shocked. For a moment, he was so envious that his eyes turned blue. She didn't need to control it at all and was naturally suppressed by the Phoenix Meridian. Compared to him, it was more than 100,000 times easier. What's more, every time they failed to break through, their true yuan qi would return to their dantian and directly enter the next primitive accumulation. Unlike him, every time he drove his true yuan qi back, it was so difficult that it was as if he wanted to poop his pants. If that was the case, when Sui Xiaonian really broke through to the origin elixir realm, she would immediately have the combat power to fight against some nascent soul transformation practitioners. This was simply cheating. Not only Sui Xiaoduo, but even Wu Yuding and Sui Chonglu secretly exchanged glances when they heard this. Practitioners before the embryonic breathing realm were only afraid that their progress in breaking through would not be fast enough. Most of them, as long as they had the chance to break through, would break through in one go regardless of anything else. Who would think of accumulating? Even if there were such peerless geniuses, they would only accumulate 3 to 5 times under the care of their masters and elders. They would always worry about delaying their own progress and would continue to work on breaking through. Someone like Swishaonian, who had actually accumulated the strength to break through the Dan primordial core in the embryonic breathing realm, had never been seen or heard of before. Is this the effect of the power of heaven and earth? Zhuo Chonglu's face was calm, as if he didn't understand, but the shock in his heart was like a stormy sea. Wu Yuting's self-control was slightly weaker, but the shock in her eyes could not be concealed. After being glared at by Zhuo Chonglu, she came to her senses and hurriedly restrained herself. However, she immediately felt indignant. She grabbed her spoon and pointed it at Zhuo Chonglu. "Why did you glare at me just now?" Zhuo Chonglu looked up. "You glanced at me just now." Wu Yuting glared at him. "I was wrong." Zhuo Chonglu readily admitted his mistake and raised his hands in surrender. "I'll buy you a bag tomorrow." While Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian did not feel anything strange, they were still choked by this sudden display of affection. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still afraid that the feeling of breaking through would come again, so he tried his best to increase his eating speed. Naturally, he no longer cared about his manners and stuffed the steamed buns into his mouth one after another. After eating a total of 70 steamed buns, Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out his hand to grab more. He realized that he had already eaten a lot of steamed buns, so he still cherished the steamed buns on the steamer and ate them. He picked up the bowl of soup, raised his head, and ate that. It was a pity that he still didn't feel full even after eating for a while. Zhuo Xiaonian sighed and pulled out half a gazelle from the space ring again. "Here." He. Zhuo Xiaoduo cheered and took the gazelle. With one bite, half of the gazelle's butt was gone. Zhuo Chonglu looked melancholy. He said to Wu Yuting, "Buy 2 more stoves tomorrow. I'll also buy 2 big pots and steamers for steaming steamed buns." Wu Yuting nodded silently. "Also, buy 30 to 40 bags of flour. It'll be enough to last us for half a month." Zhuo Chonglu nodded. He sighed softly. With this appetite, if he keeps eating like this for the rest of his life, I'm afraid that even Meng Tianyue would go bankrupt because of him. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Chonglu innocently and said, "Dad, you're exaggerating. I can only eat a little. It's not that bad." He. Eat as much as you can." Zhuo Chonglu patted his son's shoulder and said lovingly, "Son, if you can really eat until I go bankrupt, I think the astral souls will sink. Dad is mighty. Awesome Coloss." Zhuo Xiaoduo flattered him at the right time. Zhuo Xiaonian chuckled. After eating half of the gazelle, Zhuo Xiaoduo stroked his stomach comfortably and leaned back in his chair. He said contentedly, "I'm finally full for once." "Sister Nian, how can you keep eating your own food? You have so many suitors, haven't you treated them recently?" This guy was obviously thinking about freeloading. However, Zhuo Xiaonian's face suddenly became serious. She revealed her sharp canine teeth and said, "Damn it. He. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else. I really don't." Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately admitted defeat. His cowardice was so logical and natural. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, that very strange feeling rushed over him again like a tsunami. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body immediately stiffened. His eyes bulged and his legs almost instinctively clamped together. His whole body once again straightened in the chair and stopped moving. Ha. Zhuo Xiaonian was overjoyed when she saw this. She laughed for a long time. While laughing, she suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. Her right eyelid twitched violently and kept twitching. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't know why this happened. Her face changed greatly. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but frown when he saw this. "Nian." What's wrong? Swishanyan murmured, I don't know what's going on. I suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. My heart felt uncomfortable. My right eyelid kept twitching. This has never happened before. This is telepathy. Swa Chonglu's eyes suddenly widened. Xiao Duo. Swa Chonglu shouted, hurry up and take a look at your sister Nian. For the entire day, Swa Xiao Duo had been fighting with the true Yuan Qi in his body almost all the time. It was so hard that he wanted to die. At this critical moment, the spirit Qi in his body surged endlessly. Swa Xiao Duo pushed back wave after wave with great difficulty. What kind of feeling was that? It was as if a mountain-like tide was rushing towards a dam that was completely made up of loose sand. It couldn't stop the water. As long as it reached the dam would definitely collapse. What Swa Xiao Duo had to do now was to push back all the tide. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. At this moment, when he heard Swa Chonglu's words, Swa Xiao Duo turned his head with difficulty and said word by word, Dad. It's okay. I read Sister Nian's face every morning. When he turned his head and saw Swa Xiaonian's face, he was shocked by what he saw. Fuck. The black gas on Swa Xiaonian's face had condensed into a shape. Her face was so ugly that it had never been seen before. Swa Xiao Duo was shocked and his state of mind suddenly changed. He pushed back the surging true yuan and stood up abruptly. What's going on? Where did this murderous aura come from? Swa Xiaonian said blankly, murderous aura. Me? It's not you. Swa Xiao Duo said flatly, it should be the people closest to you. But the people closest to you are all here. Swa Xiao Duo turned his head to look at Swa Chonglu and Wu Yuding and found that the two were fine. They were still as peaceful as ever. He rushed to the mirror to look at his face and was shocked to find that his face was exactly the same as Swa Xiaonian's. The black gas had almost condensed into a solid form. This was clearly a sign that a disaster was about to befall one's loved ones. But all of his loved ones were here. Then, who else could it be? Swa Xiaoduo's brain was working to the extreme at this moment. He immediately listed out the candidates, Hu Ruoyun, Qin Fangyang, and He Yuanyue. One of the three must be in trouble. Something big must happen. And the closest person to Swa Xiaonian, besides her family, could only be Mu Yanyan. But if they were in trouble at the same time, Hu Ruoyun's cultivation was obviously far from the level of being in trouble together with Mu Yanyan. Then there was only one person left. Qin Fangyang. In just 1 second, Swa Xiao Duo figured it out. It's Teacher Qin and Teacher Mu who are in trouble. Swa Xiao Duo turned to look at Swa Xiaonian. Didn't you inform Teacher Mu? The white tiger evil spirit came from the southeast. How could something happen? Swa Xiaonian was flustered. You've already informed them. You've really informed them. I could hear the sadness and panic in Master's voice at that time. That kind of helplessness was real. He must have realized something. How could? No. Swa Xiao Duo immediately called Qin Fangyang. But the number was dialed, but there was no signal. Swa Xiaonian also immediately called Mu Yanyan. But no matter the new number or the original number, she couldn't get through. I'll go out and take a look. Stop. You're not allowed to go. Swa Xiao Duo roared. The situation now is that both of them are in danger. Even they can't deal with the crisis. With your cultivation, you'll just die if you go. You won't be of any help. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. How could this happen? How could such a crisis suddenly happen? That's completely impossible. There were no signs at all. I just separated from Teacher Qin yesterday. Even if it was an emergency, I should have seen some clues. How could I not see it at all? Could it be that this emergency involves someone who is far beyond the scope of my ability to read faces? But such a person. Where in Phoenix City can there be such a person? Who else? Whose cultivation is much higher than Teacher Moo and Teacher Chin's, and who is in Phoenix City? Then now, the only thing I can do is to ask for help. Sua Xiao Duo was like an ant on a hot pan. He hurriedly called He Yuanyue. The only master he could think of now was Sister Lan, who was by He Yuanyue's side, who could help. Chapter 204. Grandma He, is Grandma Lan here? Sua Xiaoduo's voice was extremely urgent. She's not here. She went out with Qin Fangyang to do something. He Yuanyue heard Sua Xiaoduo's tone and immediately responded, giving him more detailed information. It's over. Since Sister Lan was with Qin Fangyang, it was certain that he couldn't get through to her phone. He Yuanyue asked anxiously, what's the matter? The situation is very wrong now. No, it's extremely dangerous. Sua Xiaoduo asked, what are they doing? He Yuanyue straightened up in shock. What are they doing? You don't know. Should I know? Sua Xiaoduo was also shocked. No one came to you today. He Yuanyue's voice changed. No. Sua Xiaoduo asked anxiously, what's going on? Why did it change so much? If you don't know what's going on, why did you call me? I saw Sister Nian Nian's face just now. Suddenly, a black aura rushed to my head. The people closest to my master are about to die. So. He Yuanyue hung up and fell to the ground silently. It's over. He Yuanyue struggled to stand up, but fell to the ground with a thud. Tears flowed out of her eyes. It's over. If Sister Lan, Teacher Qin, Teacher Mu, and the others are working together and their lives are in danger at the same time. Sua Xiaoduo's expression was extremely serious. Then in Phoenix City, who else can help? There's no one else. Sua Xiaonian's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. Then what should we do? Sua Xiaoduo pulled his hair. But now, we don't know anything. The worst thing is, we don't have anyone to help us. For the first time, Sua Xiaoduo felt powerless. Previously, even when they were attacked by the No Alliance, Sua Xiaonian still came to their rescue. Even in the face of Mu Yunfeng's assassination, he still had Qin Fangyang's help. But now, a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared. He was truly powerless. Manpower. Sua Chonglu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes. There is. The siblings turned to look at Sua Chonglu at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Sua Chonglu didn't say anything. He walked into the study and wrote a note. Xiao Nian, hurry up and find your blacksmith Uncle Wu as fast as you can. Give this note to him and ask him to come to the rescue immediately. Uncle Wu. He. Yes, it's him. Go quickly. All right. The Sua Xiaonian didn't hesitate. She grabbed the note and turned into a cold white light, flying out of the window. Although Sua Xiaonian did not know what the Uncle Wu that her father mentioned was useful or not, at this moment, she could only try her best. Go home as soon as you deliver the note. Sua Xiaoduo ran to the window and yelled, that's not a place you can go. Outside the window, the wind was whistling and the rain was drizzling. The world was damp. He didn't know if Sua Xiaonian heard him, but she was already far away. In the distance, there was already a tremor. It seemed that masters had begun to fight. Dad. Uncle Wu. Can he do it? Xiao Duo asked worriedly as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with a focused gaze. If your Uncle Wu can come in time, he can turn the situation around. Zhuo Chonglu sighed softly. I'm just afraid he can't come in time. When masters fight, life and death are decided in an instant. Even if it's just a second, it's enough to decide life and death thousands of times. If he can't help in time, no matter how strong he is, he can't do anything. Xiao Duo frowned and thought. I can see the fortune and misfortune of people, but why can't I see it this time? I clearly saw Teacher Qin this morning. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't answer Xiao Duo's question. Because he didn't know anything about this line of work. This matter is too strange. It's unbelievable and inexplicable. On the other side, in the Jiu restaurant, Jiang Zhangbin was still drinking with Shang Qingyun. Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of anger and murderous intent. He muttered, where did these two idiots come from? How dare they disturb my mood? Shang Qingyun's thin face didn't change. She quietly placed her fingers on the table. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Who is it? How can you be so thick-skinned? A tall, thin man appeared at the door with a face full of hostility. Is it fun to book a restaurant here? If you're so rich, why don't you go to the Arctic snow mountain and book a restaurant for fun? Jiang Zhangbin slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, bastard, can't you see that there's someone in the room? Is this your upbringing? Don't you know basic manners? He. The thin man sneered. I've never shown any restraint to people who want to show off when they have no money. Fatty, you're the one who booked the restaurant. Come. I'll teach you what it means to book a restaurant. I'll give you a chance to show what restraint is. Jiang Zhangbin roared angrily, bastard. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed over like a whirlwind. He raised his hand and slapped the thin man's face. The thin man raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Zhangbin's hand. He said contemptuously, just this strength? You actually dare to book a restaurant? Big shot. Ha. Go play somewhere else. With a shake of his hand, he actually threw Jiang Zhangbin's entire body out. He used a lot of strength. Before Jiang Zhangbin could stop cursing, he was already thrown into the rain. He didn't know how far he flew. Shang Qingyun raised her head indifferently and stood up slowly. She looked at the thin man in front of the door and said indifferently, Sir, you've gone too far. Fuck you, old bastard. You can't be a good person as a guest. Why? Pretending to be calm in front of me. The thin man laughed loudly. You're not fucking qualified. Shang Qingyun smiled faintly and moved her neck. She said indifferently, it seems that you want to fight. Come, old thing, I'll let you see what it means to fight. The thin man suddenly rushed up like a whirlwind and slapped repeatedly. Yes, it was slapping repeatedly. In an instant, there were at least hundreds of slaps. Looking at this posture, he wanted to slap Shang Qingyun until she fainted. Shang Qingyun snorted. Starlight flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and a bamboo chopstick had already pierced through the thin man's palm. Blood dripped out. She completely ignored the palm shadows in the sky and directly pierced through with the chopstick. The thin man didn't care about this change. He was shocked and somersaulted out. He shouted sternly, it's hard to deal with. Looking at the bamboo chopstick that pierced through his palm, his eyes were already dignified to the extreme. The current situation had far exceeded his expectations. This thin man, Yang Yu, was at the intermediate level of cloud transformation. His strength was above Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan and Sister Lan. His hand had almost been cultivated to the point of being indestructible. Even if an expert of the same level fought with his weapon, his bare hand could still withstand the opponent's weapon. But now, it was pierced through by a bamboo chopstick. If he didn't experience it himself, he would only think of this as a big joke. But now, there was only a big shock. What was this Shang Qingyun's cultivation? How could it be so sharp? At this moment in the night sky, there was suddenly a flash of brilliance. A dazzling sword light came in a trance. It was unimaginably fast and indescribably gorgeous. It was like the sun had suddenly appeared, and with unparalleled power, it rushed at an extremely fast speed. Its target was Shang Qingyun. In just a flash, it was already in front of Shang Qingyun. Qin Fangyang, masked, attacked. Body and sword as one. Shang Qingyun's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. She opened and closed her skinny palm and slapped out horizontally. With a muffled boom, Shang Qingyun's body swayed. But with a muffled groan, Qin Fangyang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The sword in his hand directly broke into 17 or 18 pieces. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat and he almost spat it out. Qin Fangyang's heart was already filled with a huge shock. What kind of person was Jiang Zhongbin going to deal with this time? Chapter 205. Qin Fangyang had used all his strength to test the waters, and the other party had only casually slapped out with his palm, causing the sword to be destroyed and the person to be injured. This kind of cultivation was absolutely earth-shattering and shocking. At the right moment, sword and knife light, all kinds of lights flashed. The entire restaurant flew up into the air with a loud boom. More than 10 rays of light that were faster and sharper than lightning came from all directions, from the sky and on the ground, attacking at the same time, aiming at Shang Qingyun. Facing such a lineup, even Shang Qingyun couldn't help but be shocked. So many people. Could it be a premeditated attack? But it didn't seem like it. Shang Qingyun took a deep breath. Just as she was about to make a move to deal with the enemy, her expression suddenly changed. She raised her thin head and looked in the direction where Jiang Zhongbin had flown out in bewilderment that his gaze immediately turned into extreme hatred. At this moment, when he breathed in, he actually felt that the inner yuan qi in his body that was like the waves of the sea had slowed down. The sea was still turbulent, but it was sealed with a layer of ice. He couldn't rush out. An inexplicable force had blocked the energy in his dantian. Poison. The only explanation for such a situation was that it was poisonous. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible. Shang Qingyun's gaze suddenly became extremely furious. So all of this was a trap. A killing trap. And also at this moment, the weapons of the 12 people attacked his body at the same time. Shang Qingyun shouted angrily, his face instantly becoming incomparably malevolent as he shouted, "Jiang Zhongbin." His voice was like thunder, exploding suddenly. The 12 people who attacked felt pain in their ears, but were glad that they had succeeded. The attacks from 12 different directions were already close to him. Even if the other party had the ability to pierce through heaven and earth, there was no way he could avoid it. But they were wrong. Shang Qingyun's entire body, at the moment when their attacks were about to reach him, a large amount of inner yuan qi like clouds appeared all over his body. With a boom, it exploded in all directions. This scene was like a super bomb that had suddenly exploded on the spot. An unprecedented tyrannical force was pushed out in all directions from the center point. The 12 of them simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their eyes due to the shock wave. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Their hair and robes fluttered in the air at the same time. However, the 12 experts did not care. The weapons in their hands stabbed forward with all their might. They had already made contact with Shang Qingyun's body, and the tips of their weapons had already pierced into her skin. However, that was it. No matter how hard the 12 experts tried, they couldn't push the tip of the weapon forward by even a millimeter. Ah! Shang Qingyun raised his head and roared furiously. His entire body was suffused with a strange blue luster. His beard and hair stood on end as he roared furiously, Jiang! Grow! Bin! The 13 of them fell into a strange stalemate. The 12 of them hovered in the air, maintaining the state of being one with the sword. The person in the center seemed to be glowing from head to toe. He raised his head to the sky and roared. White and blue light constantly burst out from his body, resisting the attacks of the 12 people. The 12 experts joined forces and went all out, but they couldn't pierce the target's body with their weapons. As the stalemate continued, more and more blue light emerged from Shang Qingyun's body. Her aura also became stronger and stronger. This is Zhu Wu's golden body technique. Among the 12, Han Song, who had the highest cultivation, shouted, Qin Fangyang. Quickly take action. We must break this stalemate as soon as possible. The golden body technique has sealed everything. We can't get away. Once the poison is forced out by Shang Qingyun, we will. Needless to say, the sword light that was sent flying earlier once again shone in the dark and rainy night. Although Qin Fangyang's sword was useless, he used the most extreme form of inner yuan to form a sword. Using the momentum of no return, the distance of 1,000 feet could be said to be non-existent. Swoosh! Shang Qingyun opened her arms and raised her head to the sky. Her feet were in the shape of the Chinese character. Her chest was exposed. At this moment, she was using all her strength to force out the poison, and using the golden body technique to restrain the 12 experts. She couldn't move at all. Qin Fangyang's sword, with a resolute attitude, used all his strength and ruthlessly stabbed into Shang Qingyun's chest. With a poof, even the tip of the sword went deep into her chest. Explode! Qin Fangyang roared and was about to flip out. The entire sword of inner yuan exploded in Shang Qingyun's chest. Shang Qingyun let out a loud cry. She no longer cared about the Jinshan de Fa and desperately threw a palm strike down on Qin Fangyang's body like lightning. Qin Fangyang used his injured body to forcefully destroy his lifetime's power and condensed all of his Zhen Yuan qi into a Zhen Yuan sword. After the success of this sword strike, his body was already exhausted. His body, which was about to flip over, was hit directly by Shang Qingyun's palm strike. There was a loud bang. Qin Fangyang immediately let out a muffled groan, and the bones in his body crackled. It was clear that many of them were broken. His entire body flew out like a tattered rag doll, and disappeared in the night sky in a flash. Only the blood mist spurting out of Qin Fangyang's body was left in the air. His whereabouts were unknown, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At the same time, at the moment when the sword of inner yuan exploded, the 12 people attacking her all roared together. Kill! All their cultivation surged at the same time, suddenly exploding. The 12 divine weapons, maintaining their initial momentum, pierced into Shang Qingyun's body from different directions. Blood splattered. Shang Qingyun screamed miserably. Her last breath of blue gas was about to be spat out, but in the end, it was stuck in her neck, causing her entire neck to turn blue. Damn it! Ah! Shang Qingyun's body flashed with a golden light. Her body was as hard as steel. She suddenly locked all the weapons that pierced her body with her own body and spun like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, she turned into a huge whirlpool. Han Song once again warned, "Withdraw." Unfortunately, it was too late. Other than General Sun Bai, who had rich battle experience and was most sensitive to life and death situations. The Yunhua cultivators Han Song and Yang Yu had the highest cultivation and could pull out their long swords in time. Sister Lan also pulled out her weapon and brought Mu Yanyan out. The other people who participated in the attack all followed Shang Qingyun's body and turned. The weapons in their hands were all neatly broken into pieces in Shang Qingyun's body. A strong suction force came. It was as if Shang Qingyun had turned into a huge black hole at this moment. The rest of the people couldn't help but lean forward. Die! Shang Qingyun's eyes were like smoke black holes. Smoke lingered around her. Her two hands grabbed out like a whirlwind with the power of lightning. Poof! The long swords of the two Phoenix City Star Shield Masters had just been broken. They couldn't help but lean forward. They couldn't stop themselves. The first one to bear the brunt of Shang Qingyun's two hands was caught on the head in despair. He didn't even have time to scream. With two bangs, the brain juice burst out. Shang Qingyun's hands didn't stop. She directly grabbed and crushed all the flesh. The primordial spirit had just been condensed. It was completely too late to escape. It was already caught by Shang Qingyun in her hands. As she rubbed her palms together, a strange and inexplicable scream sounded. The primordial spirit turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. His body and spirit were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. 3 out of the 13 masters on her side were instantly reduced. Qin Fangyang was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The 2 nascent soul masters of Star Shield were dead. The cultivation of these 2 people was at the bottom of all the people, but no matter what, they were real nascent soul cultivators. No one thought that they would be killed in an instant when they had a great advantage. Sister Lan and Mu Yanyan suddenly retreated 10 meters. Their faces were as pale as paper. Mu Yanyan's 4 fellow apprentices, however, groaned together. Like the 2 Star Shield Masters, their weapons were broken. With the broken life weapon, at this moment, their chests were as uncomfortable as rivers and seas, and they almost vomited blood. Mr. Chiu and General Sun Bai occupied the other side. General Sun Bai's blade was still dripping with blood, while Mr. Chiu only had a broken sword in his hand. His face was ashen. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were in the opposite position, were gloomy to the extreme. The shock in their hearts had reached an indescribable level. At this moment, there was only one impulse in their hearts: catch Jiang Zhangbin and beat him up. What kind of information was this? The strength of the No Alliance Master in front of them was beyond their expectations. Not only had he reached the cloud transformation level, but he was also at the advanced stage of the cloud transformation level, close to the peak of the cloud transformation level. If it weren't for the opponent being unprepared and being poisoned before the battle, they wouldn't have been able to fight this battle. Even now, even though the opponent had been poisoned and had more than a dozen holes in his body, the situation was still not optimistic. On the other side, General Sun Bai spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face was distorted and he hated his brother, who was the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. It's been 20 years since I finally returned home to visit my family, and you fucking gave me a job that I'm going to die for. I rarely encountered such a super master in the Sun and Moon Pass. Even if I did, it wouldn't be my turn to deal with him. You, Sun Fengho, are really my brother. You are my brother. You actually found such a person in the rear and asked me to deal with an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator. Who the fuck would believe you? In the blink of an eye, an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator became an advanced stage cloud transformation cultivator. Do you think our mother gave birth to too many of us? Or are you afraid that I will fight for your inheritance of the 2 bungalows and the courtyard? If I can go back alive this time, if I can't beat the shit out of you, I won't let you off. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Qingyun's face was ferocious. He walked out step by step. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With every step, he pulled out a section of the broken sword and saber from his body and threw them on the ground. Ding ding dang dang dang. After 7 steps, the 7 pieces of broken weapons that had pierced through his body were all taken out and thrown on the ground. As far as the eye could see, his body was still bleeding. But this time, the bleeding only lasted for a moment. Countless wounds began to shrink and heal automatically.